Welcome to our 9th sitting with MIO Memories in Orbit, and our first one in the post-game because we did hit one set of end credits last time. We did know in advance that there is somewhere here a second ending, perhaps a true ending, but the sign of our having entered a post-game save file would be right here, because when we obtained Nodin's voice at the end of the Ati fight, that was over the central area in the Nexus last time. It sent us directly into the ending sequence without the possibility of pulling back out, or so it seemed. So the fact that we loaded back into the save and now have this obtained but are free to explore tells me that I have quite a lot to do to continue from here. Now, at the end of the previous stream, we looked over the map pretty carefully and identified a lot of unfinished business. One of the things we'll be looking into is that we have obtained 5 out of 6 of the serial number fragments, and we do know which door it plugs into. The door that it plugs into is the one down here, but all of the serial number fragments are in this section here, be it the right or the left, and we will have to look over it again more carefully. And I've been back a few times already, but every time we haven't identified the remaining serial, and so that's going to merit some further inspection. There are a couple of other places that we have not been able to figure out so far, but because it seems like we might be missing a movement ability. As you can see on the left side column, we are missing something. There's going to be some kind of movement skill that perhaps gets us over the line in a few of the spots that we can't seemingly traverse to yet, like going through the wind passage down here, jumping high enough here. I don't even know what this dotted line is down below. We might need to check that boundary a little more carefully next time we're back. And critically, this area here, there's a slot that you can pass through here that we identified, but which I did not have the jump height to actually go through yet. As far as I can tell, we haven't figured out how to set that up. And this area in the middle here has been closed off ever since completing the Solong escape. It seems like the pipe here was shut and I couldn't find a way to continue. But we did visually see that there is a passage down below that eventually exits out this side and possibly connects down here as well. So we've got lots to do in the lowest levels of the map. One other sign that we have completed the ending once is that it seems like that's when the librarian appears here at the save point. And one other note is that the Switch 2 version, which we're playing, has finally been patched. It presumably lines up with the patch that the Steam version already received about a week prior, but this will be our first day seeing it, and hopefully it mitigates some of the crashing issues in the lower level that we did have to deal with previously. So yeah, lots to see down here. We've got one overseer that we never restored. We've got the fingertip that we never dealt with. We've got another overseer that we never restored up here in this corner, which tells me that there's still more to see over on this side too that we haven't actually properly completed. And so there will be a lot to traverse through and inspect a little more properly, I guess. But in the meantime, let's begin by going for what we know we do need to try, which is the lower levels or the area with the serial number here. So I don't know if it'll be on the right or the left side, and actually I probably should have inspected my previous saves a little more carefully, but originally when we traversed the right side of the redacted zone, we found 3 codes. When we traversed the left side, we found 2, and we're missing number 5 of the set. So presumably it's somewhere in this half, but we don't know for sure. And maybe it's somewhere around this corner or thereabouts. I really should have looked this over before I got on stream today, but that's okay. Let's go back there and see what happens. First of all, let's make sure we're in some kind of exploration-friendly build, because we did set up for the boss fight against Ati last time. We might want to change a few things. We still want gratitude on, I think. And let's take off perfect state for now. And yeah, we do want to be able to reload health. And we might retune something there as well, since we don't really have a 5-pointer to plug in as such. And yeah, something like splintering dodge for exploration purposes would help us set up more shards for jumping purposes. That's something that we should maybe consider. I'd have to take off 15 points and then another 10 if we do that. So we're rather... Well, we already have everything expanded here, so let me see what we can do. Take this off, and or we can take off this 20 here. And that seems like it will probably be best. Although, of course, things that help you with the energy recharging are obviously beneficial to any platforming obstacles that we see along the way. So let's go with that, and let's transport ourselves relatively closely. We'll start in the redacted zone on the left side, and we'll just scrape over it really carefully and just redo it all. This being a post-game mop-up, I don't know how much progress we'll necessarily make today, or if we'll just be pushing against lots of familiar territory, but we'll find out. So here on the right side, we had previously done everything here, and I believe I did find one of the code fragments on the right side of this room, which is where it becomes apparent that the map does in fact wrap around. So all this we had seen, but you know, we're just going to be extra thorough. Oh, missed it. Just going to be extra thorough in case there was anything we had missed. Nope. How come I can't reach that? I guess no, we'll slab. Oh, we've done this many times. So I should be able to reach that without too much trouble, but let's see if I remember how to do it. Okay, let's reload health so we don't just die immediately. I have definitely been up to the top left segment before. I just have to relearn how to do it, I guess. Let's get a point of health here. Yeah, because I think I previously started here. Then you double jump. And then you have enough to make it over. Now, did we actually go any further left from this part? We had collected something here previously, but let's float back and just inspect carefully. And we'll just check everything in case there's anything. And that eluded us in the area last time. And I guess we'll try not to be quite so sloppy, given that so much health has been taken off already. Okay, so top segment here. We've been through here many times previously, but we'll see. Yeah, no, that gets within range of all the shrubbery on the right. So this top area always struck me as really suspicious, but we never did manage to do anything with it. Maybe if I deliberately got hit in such a way that I can generate a crystal for getting up there. Let's go back and recharge for just a moment first. Because it does look like there's a bit of a top slot at that ceiling, and we've been looking at that for some time, but have not been able to make it that far at any point. Usually because energy has already been expended by the time we try to get in close with something like a grapple. We can't quite get far enough for the wall climb. So, yeah, because it looks like you might be able to go through that ceiling. I've been looking at it for so long, and I'm just trying to see if we can tap that, perhaps. No. And get enough of a jump after slapping it. There is a crystal shard there, but it is gone. Yeah, I wonder if that is reachable. Because that opening has seemed suspicious all this time. And then, oop. Because you can absolutely go up to this ceiling. But then continuing from there is a little bit tricky. Oop. And then that's a big drop. So this is something we may need to figure out. Because on one hand it looks like it's just part of the artwork, but the thing about open slots in this game is that things are rarely just part of the artwork. They very often are traversable in some way. And this has just been one of the most suspicious locations for a long time. Even though we know we're missing something in this zone. If I can maybe get hit up here. And I can bounce on something. Doesn't look like it. We may have to scrape through the whole zone a little more carefully and then come back to this spot in case there is a more plausible candidate, because it looks so suspicious, but it's also way out of reach with anything that we have, even if we're doing things like taking damage or using dodges to set up an additional shard. I just can't reach that spot. Coming nowhere close to it. It does really look almost reachable. Nope. See? You can get so high there. Oh, but you can see from the background art that you don't climb far back enough in the plane to actually go up that slot. So it is very much background. Yeah, okay, so that's not going to be it. Because I did get up nearly to the ceiling that time, and you could see from the background parallax we were not on the correct panel to approach that slot horizontally. So it looks like it might just be artwork, after all. Well, let's continue going through here then. To see if anything else might be revealed. If we get up here, for instance. I don't know if any of that is traversable on the outside. Looks like it might be if we wrap around this way. Nope, that's going to be a boundary. And this is going to go all the way up. Left side looks enclosed as well. Now, I don't remember where it was we found a code around here. There was one area where we did find a code that was from riding all of the cargo transport as far as we could go. Here I'm not sure about, like if we can get that wall and up on that ledge on the right perhaps. But like this. So that's something new. We haven't really been able to climb up here previously. It also looks like nothing. So we've been through here before, and it was a dead end with something that I collected at the time. Can't recall what, since that was quite a few sessions ago. Whoops, tapped that a little too high. So we'll be going through this backwards relative to the original progression. That's okay. The beams have been deactivated all over, so it's actually easier than it was before. It does look like there's somewhere to drop in lower from here, actually. Oh, nope, that's not it. Yeah, that was just an area where we need to sustain ourselves over the beams. Now, this area to the right, just riding this as far as possible, that's how we got one of the fragments previously. Not this area, rather, it was a next area up. We better reload that health soon. There's a little slot to the top right here that we might be able to traverse to. Let's see. No. We're in the bottom here as well. Oh, whoops. Now we're in need of some health again. So yeah, this is where we came up originally. Oh, was trying to dodge out of that, and that was not quite right. Let's wait for that extra health point. Yeah, with all the beams deactivated, maybe there's somewhere new to traverse that we couldn't see before, but we'll have to try it. There was a central area of doors that we had opened as a shortcut on this side. And never really did anything beyond that. So yeah, these were just shortcut doors. There's a slot to the left over there. I'm pretty sure we must have seen that before. Yeah, we've been here many times. Actually, this was the original way down, if I'm not mistaken. Or something that we already had collected here. There's a shortcut passage here. Now down below was where one of the code segments had already been located. Thankfully, we do not need to worry about any of the beams now, but we'll need to look at this anyway to see if there's anything else that we might have overlooked. Yeah, because it was by traversing everything here on the right side that we managed to get somewhere previously. So I just want to check that again, although it's unlikely there's anything else here, given that we'd already found a code in this location. Or had we? Have we been down here? We must have. Yeah, that just pops out on this side. Now, it looks like that might be the extent of where we can go. Yeah, it's the right side of the room. I believe that's where we found a code fragment here. It's always in rooms like that. But I don't believe there's anything else to look at here then. I'm pretty far along off screen, but we can't really push the camera further, so. And then, yeah, that side we can't pass through any further on the right. Question is whether we had something additional that we could have jumped through before coming down here. This was where we came in. I want to check the bottom left of this area, I suppose. If we check to this side, this looks like it might be something new. I'm not sure, actually. It does seem like we're still on the known map, so... Oh, I think we got it. Great. That's progress already. Fragmented serial number. And we can see the whole message now. And we can open the door that is associated with. So, at least we'll definitely accomplish one thing today. Find us. We are waiting in the deepest parts of the vaults where our existence comes to an end. So, yeah, we know where that is. That is down here. So, we'll go. I've been back here so many times, and all this time I just didn't see that slot, but luckily we found it before too long. And we need to get out now. It will have to be out the right side. Oh, let's not touch that. And we'll get back out. Yeah, much easier without going through beams everywhere. But we did it. And don't need to go through all that either, necessarily. How far down am I? I still have to go up this area. Oh, nope, need to tap that node. We'll continue here. Let's wait for health. Oh, missed it. Just trying to swipe up towards it while climbing. That did not go. Oh, technically... Oh, I forgot to reload health. That's okay. We don't need cash for anything at this point anyway, so the 41 lost really does not matter. But anyway, we just want to get out of here. Let's go to where I'm able to descend down to the lower level. And we'll crack things open. So we'll see just how much this opens up. It looks significant enough that it's probably not just a dead end with one small collectible treasure. It probably is a bigger continuation, given just how much of the map we haven't explored in that section just yet. And how notable this particular key seems to be. So... am I way off target? No, we just go right and then take the lift all the way down. And we'll traverse this part of the whole cylindrical structure and then take this down all the way. To the Gloom Water Wastes. Or... is this correct? Yeah, we just need to cross the water. The gloom. And then we now have the access code, so let's enter it and see where this takes us. So this is new, and we have another overseer to eventually restore it to the manufactory. I think we'll just keep our current setup as is. Now, do I have the means to open this gate? Locked from the other side? I guess we'll traverse upwards then, once I have energy. Why is my energy not restoring while I'm sitting on that? That's interesting. That didn't count as being... oh, that's interesting. That it cancels out all your energy if you step on that. That's specifically what it's teaching you. That there are panels here that disable your energy. Look at this. We step on this, and you can't actually restore it until you get to this point. Well, good thing we have the energy leech going then. We'll obviously break this open, but before we go there, let's see what else there is to look at. Yeah, so let's try to wrap around the outside first before we go in. Nothing that I can see here, so we'll just go in and continue upwards. Okay. Make short work of these ones. 06I, welcome. We found the last serial number fragment rather quickly today. And so, we finally do have a continuation. I'll try to unlock the top passage that returns us, maybe, if I can get through the piping system. I'll just scout around a bit first to see what's on each side. Okay, here's something to collect. There are even more coding components. I did not know that. We have bought up everything in the shop. That means there actually are 3 more on the map somewhere. So there's a lot more on the map that we haven't seen. Hang on, let's inspect this area a little more carefully first. Yeah, so this is just below the escape passage up top, I think. So we had seen this from above previously, and kind of assumed that the left side pipe would connect over to the exit area, which it probably still does, but let's take a look over here first. Actually, it makes more sense to go left and try to break open a shortcut first. And then come back. This requires to go through some of this stuff. Do I think I can stream Mina to Hollower? Whoops, I should have not looked at chat during that. We'll see when it comes out. I did play the demo on Switch when it was out back in October, I think. And of course, we're big fans of Shovel Knight around here. Although I played all of the different installments of Shovel Knight before I had a capture card years back. So that's not something we've ever shown off on stream. On that strength alone, obviously, we're very interested in what Yacht Club has been getting up to, but... Okay, so this opens up the passage to the left. That's the shortcut passage for us. That's good. That's been completed. But then we would still need to find our way down below to that spot. So this is just establishing that connection point, but there's nothing else to look at there, I think. So we would just need to pass back to the right. Yeah, but we have opened that passageway now, which we'll see. Now, as far as Mina to Hollower goes, I don't know if it's something I'll necessarily be looking at launch because it is dated for spring ambiguously now, and it is going to be a very, very busy spring, so we'll see if we have time for it. I will say that when I played the demo, I know what they were going for with trying to make the artwork a tribute to the look and feel of the Game Boy Color in much of the way that Shovel Knight was a tribute to the NES style, as if it had the opportunity to evolve even further. One of the issues with it, though, is that I found the Game Boy Color style to actually be kind of a little difficult to look at for long sessions on a big screen. It looked a lot better in handheld when I tried it in handheld, where it also runs at 120 frames a second on Switch 2. But I know that's probably one of the things that they might have looked at with the visual style, given how much the development was extended past the original intended release date last fall. So we'll see what happens when it actually releases. Because eye strain was definitely a little bit of a concern for what I played. So let's see. I have completely lost track of where we were in the maze. We initially came in here. That's where we started. And then I went upstairs from here. Yeah, this was the connecting passage that we've been to already. So we'll keep going right if we can. However, we do know that somewhere here, if this was the central connecting passage, that would mean that the point that we saw that had something to loot up top, yeah, it's over here. Oh, let's see if we can crack some of this open. This looks like it's enclosed in a way that we should go back to check later. So this was what was visible from above when going through the pipes. It's just junk. And so all of this we've looked at. Yeah, you like how handheld is a lot more pixels, even with a smaller monitor. It's not as sharp as handheld. Yeah, when it comes to pixel density, it does matter quite a bit sometimes. I found that when playing Wii games on the Wii U, for instance, some of them look really good on the gamepad. Because even though it's just 480p there, the pixel density on the gamepad actually smooths over a lot of the jagginess that would come out when displayed on higher resolution monitors. Same with going back to things on the 3DS, that, you know, particularly with the 3D effect, that a lot of things that look very rough and blurry from screenshots of 3DS software. Look perfectly fine on a 3DS screen and look even very pretty. Just, again, because of pixel density. Okay, here's the overseer for the manufactory. We got that. We can join that up to the network, although we still need to find more passages to continue, like down below. Okay, so this we would need to break open from the right. And same with this. Although, interesting, it's kind of like an airlock passage or something else modular there. We need to go through. But then does that mean that this is opened up? Nope. We'll have to see. Might need to map this out first and then have a sense of which passages we have not traversed. Or go down below to the crystallizer here. Yeah, a lot more of the cabling there that does disable your energy. So we'll see what happens when we go down. Is this connectable? Not yet, it seems. But this looks new. So yeah, in order to have the energy to go through here, though, we need to jump from this point. Then we'll open that up and continue. But let's look at this part first. There is cabling that goes down below. And then this is a wall. Manufacturing continues. So yeah, cabling will go down this way. We'll check it first, actually. Sanctuary of the Sycophant. Well, who is being so sycophantic, I wonder? Now, because of the way that your movement is disabled down here, I can't actually get up until I've been up the right side, and actually we can't reload energy anywhere here over these cables, so we do in fact need to continue through the pipes. So I should have checked the other higher location first, if I'd known that it was going to drop down into a location like this one. Whoop. That's okay, we'll explore everything in due course. Again, that's one of the strengths of this game I found, is that it defies guesswork sometimes when it comes to figuring out where the lengthy diversions are going to be. And, okay, that opens a shortcut back to having reestablished the overseer here in the manufactory. Let's take a look at the map, and there are a couple of passages here that we've already seen as available, and which we'll get back to as soon as we can. Also, top left in this room still has something. So let's see. Can't quite get above that yet, though. Maybe something is traversable way above. We'll find out, because previously I jumped over. And we can no longer do that. We can no longer... Oh, yeah, we can. We can climb on the door itself. That actually does count as a kind of fencing. That works. Then... Oh, energy is disabled here. So we've been back here, though. And so that just tells me that the top left area that was grayed out, actually we're a little above it at the moment. We can wrap down below. And perhaps see what is going on here. I was hoping to beat that. Did not quite work. Let's Okay, we just need to go all the way back up. Yeah, the open door does work as background fencing. Just start here instead. Oh, I was hoping to double jump and then crawl in that ceiling with a little bit more of an energy pool. That did not work out. So let's just crawl this instead. And see. Nope. I was trying to get on a wall there. I don't have much control over the timing there, unfortunately, so what we'll do is we'll fall like this and then crawl. Then we have a little bit of room to stall a bit. Oh, almost over. Let's reload health first, and we'll just try this as much as we need. Okay. There we go. That gets across. But then is it possible to go up any further from here? Doesn't look like it. Looks enclosed. But it also looks like there's more on the left side here. But that's because that's just a passage that I think was already mapped out as far as I know. We came down here in the first place. We'll go back and take a look at that perhaps, just in case that did reveal some new information for me. Up here. Yeah, so, yeah, we've been through that before. That's how we came down here in the first place when we originally discovered that gate, so we'll continue to the right. So, yeah, this is where we came in. But if we go up above first, then we can redo that passage that we dropped through prematurely. This is such a big section down here that I think we'll actually check top first. In case we can open up any of the shortcut passages before proceeding. Like this one here, for instance. Now, the map doesn't give you that much guidance when it comes to traversing this maze here, so we'll just need to be attentive. Ah, yes, that's right. This is the passage that I cracked open from below. And we did not reverse past that because we dropped down here quickly. So let's go back this way first and check the right side. However, it's down one step and then to the left that opens up the connecting door, so let's be aware of that and then try to make it over here. Just to reload health down there, not that we need it, and this is not connecting at the moment. Okay, so nothing for me to see here then, yet. Some of this will later be manipulated. Because this is where we came in. Okay. Oh. I was hoping to have enough energy to cling onto this and then continue. But it seems not. However, yeah, I can't get close enough to tap that either. So we'll be disabled here until we find a way. I'm gonna back up. Notice that I'm not reloading energy here inside the pipe either. So we'll go left side first. It does crack open this door, but then I didn't get the one that was one layer above. Because we dropped down necessarily. Didn't have a way back up. Okay, so we'll need to eventually get a way to preserve energy to cross over this way to open that door. So let's continue the adventure. You think this place's theme was kind of like the Soul Sanctum? Yeah, I suppose it is. Is this tappable? Not really, it's just a lamp. Now we stand on top of this. I guess it's energy, but... No, or no energy, right? I guess it's health, but no energy. It's not going to be that. Let's figure out which way we want to go first. Let's go right first while we maintain elevation, just to see what this is. I currently do not have the energy to touch that, so... Maybe at some point we will acquire some ability or protection or something that will allow me to retain energy in this section, but until we find out, we do have to go down. Now here, I can tap that one, but then am I able to climb up on the left if I do? Yes, I am. But if we tap that... Oh, touching the ground here does disable energy after that, so unfortunately we can't really continue. I'm trying to see if there's a way that we can retain energy from here. We have to tap that and then probably climb below. Yeah, that'll be the way to do it. Similar principle here. Except, how do I get past this section? If we tap, we have to go left. Oh, whoops. And then wall jump while we climb until we get the other one on top. I might need to move back towards a more energy-friendly build, perhaps. It's okay. Let's restore a point. Or conserve energy a bit better going towards that one. Like, perhaps double jump here first. That's okay. Except I couldn't quite make it over. Nope, I was trying to dodge it. And missed. Oh, no, I actually was supposed to continue further past this point. I'm all the way. It's okay, we can do it. I now see what the sequence is supposed to be like. At least I think so. I don't know if there's a continuation down below that would present itself as well. If you have energy and then you drop down below, probably that's something. But oh, yeah, missing the dodges is not great, but rolling all the way over. Nope, I had to dodge that, but we got caught. But I was able to reach it, and if I had just managed to jump out of that and tap it a second time and dodge it, then that would have been okay. That was actually recoverable. Actually, that's just where we came in the first place, so there was no point in trying to sail all the way back there to that one. That was actually our entry point. What we should have done is drop through the middle and climb to the right. Down below in this segment here, that we tap for energy and we just drop until we actually need to use it. Okay, that was much better. Oh, nope. Missed it. That was almost right. Okay. That allows us to continue. However, we don't have the energy to continue to climb upwards just yet. This area looks interesting. Not that we can do much about it right now, unfortunately, given the energy situation. Well, maybe with a double jump? Nope, not quite. Trying to see if we can do any kind of movement that would lunge me up a little bit, the way that we sometimes manage to lunge to the side, but not so, it seems. Now, from this segment, you can tap that one and then climb up here from there. I think you run out of energy before you can do much with it, though. So the natural thing is actually just to continue. Oh, can't continue. So I wonder, because we need to reach that one, don't we? So and we are out of energy long before we hit the other point. Anything going on here? Not really. Well, that's actually correct. Couldn't quite see from the artwork that the right side wall is in fact safe. But that's what we'll use. Do need to jump across here though, of course. Now let's refresh health first, and then we'll hold down striders through the platforming. That's something that's kind of essential. Nope. Knocked back. We need to dodge it and then tap again, because at that point I'm just much too close to it. I was trying to jump out of the way quickly enough and didn't manage to get it. Just a little bit premature. Nope, too close. Right side is mostly safe, but you need to jump out before you are completely on the right side of the wall. Nope, missed. Yeah, because you need to hit that and then dodge it and then hit it again. Seems to be the implication there. Nope, spacing was still a little bit wrong there. You need to double jump out of that a little bit earlier. Nope, too much knockback. I mean, we just need to hit the dodge. That's really the whole idea. Then I had energy there, but we lost it because it didn't reload for me quickly enough. Let me think about this, because if I tap that, actually, maybe we're just able to get over to the left. And that would be a continuation. I was thinking that maybe we had to get up above. But if we just tap that with enough energy, then we crawl left instead, and I don't know if we have sufficient energy to make it all the way over that point. Because the other possibility is just getting enough height to glide towards the top right, which currently I have not really scouted properly as a possibility just yet. Yeah, because you would need to get above it with some dodges and then glide over to the right. Oh, whoops. Let's refresh health first. Actually, where did we just beside a fountain? I think we just passed it, so that's okay. That's what gratitude is for. Yeah, because you need to hit the dodge, but then maybe after I hit the dodge I need to float, then I tap it again, since I would have an energy pool to float in place. Nope, standing too close. Need to jump off a little bit earlier there before we climb up the right side. Nope, I'm gonna keep thinking I have an additional jump there and I don't. No, I keep missing the dodge. But if I dodge and then I glide, then I'm able to hit it a second time and then jump up and then glide right. Still coming in a bit low. Oh, no, I forgot to glide. However, if you dodge, I'm able to grapple up that node and then tap it after that for further gliding to the right. So we just need to fix a few things here to be able to do it. Need to tap that earlier. But hitting the dodge timing is absolutely essential. Okay, so we got that. Now I did miss, of course, whatever was further down there in the bottom left. But let's see, because if I tap this, you know, and let's check the right side first to see what we're dealing with. I tap this, dodge it, I might be able to grapple up and continue, but then I would be trapped in the top middle with no energy, and so that wouldn't help. I would want to tap this. And then how high am I able to get? Okay, so I'm able to get there. From here we can maybe double jump over, unless this spot is one that I'm not supposed to touch yet, because that would preclude me from getting far enough. Oh, whoops. It's okay. Alright, managed to make it this far. We do need to tap that on the right. That seems a little bit of a reach, actually. From this location. So, yeah, maybe I'm not supposed to land here then, because then I'm out of reach. But it does tell me what I need to do. I need to tap that top node from climbing through the ceiling on the right. Tap that, drop, then I should be able to grapple over top left. We do need to redo it. But we can continue from this point, as long as we don't lose this grapple point here. Nope, almost lost it. It's okay. Rather take damage there than lose our position. We'll restore a point here, and we'll try to do that top loop the way that I'd done so successfully before. Hang on. Nope, missed my glide. Wrong button there. Okay, that's successful. Now, if we tap that, how do we continue from here? What do we even do? It looks like we just continue up to top right, but I'm not... Oh, I see it blows that up. Okay. Convenient. Was that a new shortcut? Kind of, yeah. It brought us back here, but then it gave us a new continuation point that allows me to get up to the travel point up top. Oh, I should have tapped that a second time. It's okay. Let's just stop here and reload a point for a moment. Yeah, when we grapple through one of the crystals, it's important to land back on it and tap it unless we really need the full extent of its height. Nope. Needed to dodge that so we could continue tapping it from that location. Don't know how we'll time things around the pipe pouring down. Seems a little bit tricky. Nope, missed my dodge once again. I needed to land a little higher on top of that. I was trying to land on top of it so I could double jump off and evade the explosion that way, but didn't quite work out. And we just missed our timing there. I think I am supposed to still continue to the right. Let's try to figure out whether we go above the saw or crawl underneath to the right side of that column. It's okay. We managed. Yep, sometimes we just need to continue properly from that point. So it does reset us back here, of course, since that's the last safe position. Nope, missed my dodge. Let's get that point back while we can. Gratitude does make everything here quite a bit more manageable. Whoops, shouldn't have tried to beat that. Yeah, you do need to let your energy deplete to get the timing straight sometimes. Nope, I was trying to sneak under, didn't quite work. Taking way too much damage here, and one more point will do me in. I was trying to dodge it, and dodge was early. Yeah, because of the way the energy is depleting there, I didn't have much time to think about it and reload. How did we reload all the way back here? We got reset a long way that time. Oh, because there was an actual death. It wasn't just resetting us back to the platform. That's why. Yeah, no wonder. That's okay. It does set us back quite a bit, though. I think. Although we did uncover that one shortcut on the way up. So that does reduce a lot of the loop. Yeah, because then we just start at this point. Right away. No big loss then. Oh, yeah, the knockback got me that time. I was trying to continue to the right. Now, because of how much continuous damage we take later, we really do need that health pool, just in case of mishaps. Whoops. Let's back that up. May even make sense to go for a high health pool for this challenge. Just in case. Whoa, oh. That's not great. It's okay, we can just tap this and get back up. I keep thinking I have another double jump past that point, and I don't. Nope, again with the knockback. Threw off my plan a little bit. I was hoping to get out of there before we had to dodge. But that was something that does need a bit more improvement, I think. Whoops, nope, floated over too soon. There we go, much cleaner that time. This one, we just kind of time our way over until all that is gone. Nope. Trying to rush that a little bit too much. I mean, the energy pool depletes so quickly. It is a little difficult to stall and figure out the timing visually. Or even figure out where to go necessarily. Now, again, I thought I could get over, but then had to hesitate a bit because of the blade coming down on the right, so... I might need to be using the glide a lot more just to stall a bit and correct timing sometimes, but... Like this. Oh, no. Too far left. Too far right. Rather. Much better that time. Get up here and stall. Oh no. Had plenty of places there to wait for that and get over safely. We shouldn't have tried to rush it. Lots of points there to refresh energy, so... Nope. Again, when we get into the float, let's just stay still, and that maintains elevation. Once you start moving left and right, then you drop. Get the dodge for once. Let's wait out the timing. No, couldn't really go back there like that. When we hit that, there's a grapple point up top that we're supposed to continue through. That's the furthest we've gone so far in this area, though, so that's progress. Nope, missed it. Swiped the wrong way. Let's reload here. Nope. Poor positioning that time. Have to improvise a little bit sometimes depending on how we've lined up with the obstacle timing. Nope, couldn't just dodge everything at once there. Nope. Yeah, I was out of sync that time, and if you're out of sync, then it's hard to get back in sync. Well, the energy pool is rapidly going away. As the thing about the energy system in this game, it just doesn't only deplete. When you're using it, as soon as you activate some ability, it just keeps depleting. And that's something that can take some time to work around intuitively. That you stop using your ability, but the energy bar does not stop going down. So as soon as you use some energy-related ability, you're on a timer. It absolutely takes some getting used to. Nope, thought I could rush that. Wasn't quite right. Nope, missed it. I mean, sometimes the plan depends on actually hitting every target. We should have gone out for the upper target at that point, though. We're able to do so from that location as you get up to the left side fence. No. Yeah, sometimes because of the way the energy is depleting, you're trying to time yourself around an obstacle, but there is no opportunity to stall, so... let's wait this one out. Left or right? Let's go right. Okay, that's a major continuation here. Then, well, this drops below in some way. Or does it? You tap it, and then we have to jump over to the right in order to grapple. You grapple diagonally, then you can continue. So yeah, I need to tap that and then float right. And, well, if you float right now, you can't grapple, so you have to tap and then double jump. And I need to double jump, maybe after a slash to get ourselves further horizontally. Oops. Nope, I actually needed to tap like this, and then that goes over. Great. Now, here we need to scout a little bit to see what we're dealing with. Because, yeah, that top node here, but maybe I could just double jump across this way. But then if I do that, how would we continue? Let's see, we just kind of go straight up here. Am I able to hit? No. We just need to stall here. Nope, missed. However, I was able to do that. Now, I would need to loop over to the left with double jump still available, and then jump back over to that node on the right to refresh it. That's okay, we can do it. But then I don't have a double jump available at this point. Then am I able to climb left? We'll see. Because if I tap that, then how do I continue? I feel like I might be able to reach that point and continue to climb, but no, I think we need to kind of come over here. And if we still have energy on the climb, then we can wrap around. That's a lot of energy depletion, though, that I need to account for. No, and I don't have to double jump at that point because we haven't really landed. Maybe if I tap at that point? Not sure. It looks like we have to go up and wrap around somehow, but I'm not seeing it. Maybe we need to wrap on this side and go up this ceiling. But I don't know how we have enough energy for a float after that. You see? Yeah, because maybe you fall right and then jump back up here. Doesn't quite make it. But I wonder. Doesn't look like that's going to be it, but yeah, because you don't get enough height. And again, no jump available. But if we stall in that location with a slash, maybe we can get on the left side wall. Oops. Well, good thing we have gratitude. Very grateful for that, that's for sure. Now we're way out of energy by that point though, so I don't think that strategy will work. Yeah, because you just run out by this point. I think I have to climb up that wall. If we can make it. I don't know how we make it up there in time. With sufficient height. And then tap it again on the top side. I do see where the next node is that we could potentially hit. But I don't see how it's reachable. Yeah, if I can actually get over this lip here, then that solves a lot of things. Oh, let's not take damage too quickly here. Or if I have enough energy to wrap around and still go up top and glide, maybe, but yeah, that's it. That's correct. And then we'll open this door. That's good. That connects to the central passage, which means that we have a shortcut, which means that we can also reload health before we continue. Having opened this, though, I'm able to come in now from this side and tap in and continue the passage to the right. But let's heal up and save up first. And also inspect the map to see what we might have uncovered that might be missing. We saw one junk pile down below that I didn't actually hit, somewhere in the bottom left, but didn't look like it was anything else. So now we'll continue right. This would take a fair bit longer without gratitude, I'm sure. Just from longer resets. So this one, we'll tap this, climb over to the other side. And then tap the grapple node. Oh, we needed to tap it again, didn't we? No, that's fine. Going over here is sufficient. And now this is new territory. And we'll crack open some of the shortcut pipes on the way, I'm sure. Oh, fight? It's a fight. It's okay, easy to get back here. Vlad the Exiled Sycophant. Now, we're not really built for a boss right now, so we'll watch this carefully. Yeah, that's the thing. I have no energy really here. Until I hit. Now, once I hit though, then we can kind of go infinite grapple in the middle. Oh, let's mind the hazards. But if you stay grounded, has some of the hazards, then I'm able to get a point back from gratitude. And it's not so bad. Yeah, because you can just stay in the air using the energy leech. However, I am running out of health. So let's be careful here. Oh, no. Didn't see that coming. Okay, that's fine. We just need to rebuild for the fight then. So, yeah. Absolutely, we keep energy leech because that allows me to just get back on. We don't really need anything relevant to energy reload on the ground, because that's not going to happen. More energy shards available is probably a fine thing. Actually, this build is mostly fine. We just can optimize a little bit. It's very tempting to do double damage on this one, but it's probably not the brightest idea at the moment. However, we spend so much time on this fight with less than full energy that we should absolutely go for a foolish ideal, I would say. Now, I don't know if we have the opportunity to really use gratitude, because that would free up a lot of points. And if we just give up on gratitude entirely, then what we do here is we go sharpen hairpin, and we trade out another 5 somewhere. Might have to sacrifice the knockback. Then we go foolish ideal. And then this, I think, will probably do well. Now, do we want the energy shard off this 10? Actually, we might want the energy from retaking damage here instead. Yeah. Although getting hit by an enemy generates an energy shard, it's useful in terms of having a node that lets us get off the ground and reload energy, so let's actually keep it. And we'll keep this set up for now. I like how much the modifier system allows for tuning a bespoke build for every boss encounter that you have along the way. That it's very good at allowing for that. Now we are down another point of health by taking off gratitude, and this is on the assumption I won't get a chance to really stand still in this fight anyway, but we'll see if this setup works. The idea here is that we try to use sharpened hairpin whenever we get a point of energy from slicing something. And yeah, look at that. We need to watch that spin. And we're kind of way down already. That's unfortunate. Need to actually dodge some things. Yeah, the spin has a very clear tell, but we need to get in position to actually stall around it. Vlad the Impaler. Don't even need to grapple through that, we can just jump through it. Yeah, and sometimes we do want to take out the shards on the ground, can we? Actually, not really. Nope, can't really tap those very well. But we can dodge around quite a bit. And just air stall using the slice. Oh, not dodging well. And pretty far in the fight, that's new phase already, but we do still need to actually get some dodges, so a little bit too much incoming damage. Outgoing damage looks good at the moment. Incoming damage needs a little bit of work. Oh, nope, that's a mistake. That's a huge mistake. Now I can't get back up. That's okay, there's a lower door. It allows me to get out on the left. Although it may take some time to get back there. It is a spiky washing machine. Not very good for leaving all your fabrics intact. Combo washer dryer. Sanctuary of the Laundromat. Okay, we need to take less damage. We can only take 4 hits, given our current state, so... Nope, that's already a mistake. And missed my dodge opportunity. Nope, missed my dodge again. No, wow. Yeah, I couldn't really see that one. We're already in a bad state here. This is actually a glide opportunity. Well, to an extent. Nope, missed it. I dodged prematurely there, actually. Didn't see the second spin on it. We took too much damage in the first phase that time anyway, so in the very first cycle. The spin cycle. But if we just take less damage, I think this fight goes down easily. You would assume we get some kind of movement ability out of this, or at least something to mitigate all the energy being disabled or something similar, but... Oh, oops. Landed directly on top of that. Nope, didn't really see it that time. It's going to stop at some point. There we go. Oh yeah, it's got a couple of spins here. Missed it. Oh, yeah, I see. I hadn't even noticed previously that when you have the line between two of the spikes across the diameter, that it does have this shock attack through the middle. I probably was hit by that before, but there was so much to read that I didn't pay attention to it as a separate attack that's distinct from the blades going towards you, and so it's something new to pay attention to in that phase. Nope, missed it. Oh, nope. Didn't catch the timing that time. And also took too much damage. Okay, so you had the line attack in the middle. I was trying to dodge all the blades as well. Now, yeah, you do need to sustain your position to dodge multiple beams. Okay, so it's multiple spins. Oh, I didn't even see what hit me that time. I think it just landed on top of a spike. It's a lot to read. You have to watch the beams, which are very light colored, and you have to watch multiple spinning blades coming towards you, often in sets of 3. Did I try out the fast shuttles yet? No, I did see that the game was patched today, but I have done nothing other than retrieve the serial number and come down here. I guess I had to take a shuttle to come down here. I don't know if that was one of the fast shuttles, because I don't actually remember much else about the patch notes. As in the shuttle that came down here to begin with. I don't know if that increased in speed. I didn't really pay attention to that. I do remember that the lift up to Solon Vin was apparently improved, but that's no longer relevant to us, of course. Oh, missed my dodge already. Yeah, so there's a little slap attack that's in melee range as well. We need to watch the tail for that. I have been hit by that previously. Nope, missed. Oh, that's a rolling attack that we hadn't seen previously. Oh, that's because we're actually so far down in health that we almost got the kill that time. I didn't realize that we did so much damage. Because I saw the bounce and I thought, oh, we hadn't seen that phase before. How do we skip this quickly? And then I looked over at the top right to see what the health was like. And then, having been distracted by that, I took too much damage. But yeah, we really nearly got that down in about a minute that time. Maybe. Pretty much skipped over the entire beam phase, actually. Because health pool was so low at that point that we got into the bounces. We just did not have to deal with the beam phase because I got so many slashes in. Well, that's ideal, that if we can get there that quickly. So one improvement that time was watching that melee range slap attack that the enemy does do. Because previously I just wasn't really dodging that at all. Oh. Nope, missed my dodge. Nope, was trying to land safely there. That did not work out. No. Took so much damage unnecessarily on that phase. Okay, we'll need to, yeah, deal with that phase, which we had managed to skip last time, but we can't really rely on that happening more than once. We do need a pretty specific damage pattern to zip through the fight that quickly. By just blowing through that landing phase after the big series of spins. Yeah, because you can get the dodge, then I get the node. For landing. Oh, too early on that. Nope. Why did I think I'd have to double jump there? Oh, I got slashed like crazy. Yeah. For some reason I thought I had a double jump available when I was coming off the side, and I actually didn't. And that did throw me off a little bit. Maybe because I was too high up on the left and I was falling off the wall instead of jumping. I'm not sure. But for some reason I thought I had a double jump and didn't, and then we just fell apart really quickly after that. Well, we already had one attempt that went really deep. So if we can get something similar in, it shouldn't take too long. Nope, missed it already. Missed it again. Okay. Oh, didn't see that node at all. No, too much to dodge. I just didn't have enough dodges available after that first one. The attacks come in a little too consecutively. We did get that health pool down very far that time as well, though. And could have just gotten the kill in that phase, I think. If we didn't take quite so many hits. Okay, let's get back in for more. There we go. If we can hit for the weak point, whoops. That would obviously be much better. But getting some of those slashes in is beneficial as well. Oh, spinning this way this time. Trying to hit that crystal node in the center. Oh, went too far up the side. No, just landed on that. That was a little bit camouflaged there. I couldn't quite see it. That's okay. If we just successfully dodge more, then... Oh, missed it. And then now we have to loop all the way back. Okay. That's fine. But yeah, if we wanted to go lower risk, we could take off the sharpened hairpin and build for health, but I think powering through it to reduce the number of dodging phases that we need to do is probably the right idea. So let's keep the current strategy. Since it is close, it just requires better dodges. Nope, missed my first one already. Oh, no, I almost got hit by that. Oh, I got hit right by the spawn point of that knife that time. That was unfortunate. Nope. Oh, I didn't think about how it would still do damage upon landing. I missed that crystal node that time. Yeah, you need to watch the beams this time. They are dodgeable. Most dodging we had to do here, actually. Getting a little risky. No, got hit in the middle. I thought it was quite close to just being able to rush him down, but we came in a little bit low at the very end there. That's the most successful dodging that we've done, though, actually. We hadn't really seen that many of the spin phases with the beams previously. And so getting past that by itself was a major accomplishment we hadn't previously experienced. Well, let's go back for more. Yeah, a really interesting variation on the whole game in this zone that you're spending so much time having to do without energy. Yeah, bit of a problem here. Nope, taking way too many hits. Okay. Let's watch the blades. I really should have gotten at least a dodge down there to get a crystal to jump off. Oh, nope. Didn't see the reversal there. The reversal actually caught me because I expected the spin to continue down below. And we landed directly on a spike because I predicted that poorly. Took too many early hits that time too, so absolutely quite a lot of room for improvement. Nope, was trying to actually dodge those a bit better so we could have energy shards available, but like that. Nope. Thought I could get over that point, but couldn't. This attempt is looking quite dire, but dodged too early. Didn't land well out of that one either, so... Bit much to deal with that time. I think we'll get this down relatively soon. It's really not a hard fight, but it just requires lots of dodging accuracy. But we have so much damage out currently on this that we can just power through it just by surviving long enough. Nope, missed my dodge. Oh. Okay, we'll have to do lots of dodging in this phase. Nope. Bad landing. No. Again, hesitated a little bit. And how to land, and then, yeah, no, that was much too early on a dodge that time. Against that beam, I was thinking I had no landing point and had to dodge to get through that when we were dead center. Better not to be dead center for that. Perhaps. We'll see. I mean, obviously, if we can get that full skip of that phase again, that'd be great, but that requires some really clean damage output at exactly the right time, and I doubt we'll be able to plan around that. At least we know to expect something like the bounce phase if we get into a very low health pool without having finished him off yet. So, let's see. Not able to hit very much, unfortunately, and that just set off all the timing I was going for. This phase isn't too bad as long as we're somewhat careful with it. Oh, I didn't even see that one. Nope, just walked into everything here. Nope. Didn't land quickly enough to jump. That is very interesting that there was, at minimum, an entire layer of coating that I had not expected. And 3 more crystals somewhere on the map to finish that off. Given that we bought everything at a shop, I don't expect anything else in the way of ores, but 3 more coating components will be somewhere along the way. hoping to get Crystal out that dodge, and unfortunately, yeah, the timing was just wrong there. Nope. Getting slapped by too much. Can only take 2 more hits now. Often grappling the wrong way, too. Okay. Nope, landed too late. If you land too late, you just have no opportunity to jump out of that. And so, that was absolutely a bit of an issue there. Oh, accidentally went up that slot. Instead of going around it, that was a mistake. Now we have to do the whole loop. Doesn't take too long, at least. But yeah, despite how much damage we're taking here, I'm not actually too concerned about this fight. A lot of accuracy issues work out, obviously, but... no, yeah, the thing is, when I dodge something on the bottom layer like that, oh, it took 2 points of damage. I can't afford to just stand there after the dodge, because the spike remains there, and that's something I've been failing to play around. That if you dodge on the spot, you still take damage because you wind up in the same location. So you don't want to dodge when something is coming towards you on the ground. You want to dodge either in mid-air or mid-movement. Otherwise you get hit anyway from the overlap. Nope, missed my dodge. I was hoping we'd get it, and I did not. Nope, missed it. Nope. Bounced too high off of that crystal. I was hoping to bounce and then stall with a glide or something, but went in a little bit too close to the beams through the center. That is dodgeable if you have good timing, but there were definitely a few complications to plan around. dodging went a lot better that time. We even debuff going. Oh, missed that one though. Oh, missed that one as well. Too early. Sometimes just grappling the wrong way into that to get the hairpin bonus. Again, can't just dodge on the ground. We have to move a little bit. Just follow the rhythm here. And then just walk this. Nope. Should have gone into glide or something there if we had the energy. No, I had nowhere to land there. I had to go slightly to the left, but even so, we would have needed to beat the beams. After having spent so much of this game breaking out of aerial combat habits and staying on the ground, for this one we actually want lots of aerial play. No, oh, again, forgot what I said about not trying to dodge on the ground. Those. Oh, missed my hairpin there. Missed my dodge. Nope, nowhere to fall there. We're already very nearly dead, so this is kind of a rough start. No, landed badly. Or rather, I was anticipating movement, and it was slightly later than I thought, and so that didn't quite come together either. Yeah, it's too bad that we flubbed that one at him that was really close, but again, a lot of things were set back by just having to read new material sometimes and figure out more of the fight for the first time. Oh, nope. Poorly planned there. I thought I'd be able to hit a grapple out of that, and it was not the case. Yeah, sometimes we want to use the glide more strategically to stall, because then we can lead a target that way and get the mid-air dodge and crystal that I've been looking for. I'm missing a lot of the hairpin interactions, actually. Oh, whoop. Didn't account for that bit coming out of the ground. No, sometimes it's just too far in the background. Made a hit. There's a whoop, clear tell for it coming out. I just did not see that protruding from the ground that time. The spikes blend into the background pretty well sometimes, into the platform rather, when they're first coming out. Okay, let's see it again. Yeah, again, have to stay off the ground when you dodge. Nope, just was completely out of position that time. Nowhere to land. Almost. That was a very tight landing that time. No. Yeah, sometimes the hairpin just completely whiffs on this, depending on the enemy positioning and whether he has a foreground hitbox at the time. It's a little hard to spot sometimes. You can see it depending on color sometimes. You have that sort of reddish color in the foreground, but I can't always tell if the boss is transitioning between foreground and background whether I'm going to hit at all. Nope, I was out of position. No chance that time. Okay, just have to walk it. And then this is the bounce phase. We hadn't seen a bounce phase in a while, actually, since that time when I skipped over to it, so we must have been doing pretty well for health. Or rather, doing pretty well for outgoing damage. I didn't really get a chance to peek at the bar, but that is the last part of the fight, as we had noticed before when we skipped the beam phase. Yeah, very often I'm not actually landing the hit with sharpened hairpin, so I don't know if it'll actually be beneficial to keep it. We definitely won't have enough ground time to switch it for gratitude, though. Yeah, always dodge in the air. That's the rule here with this fight. Nope, too low. Traveling the wrong way sometimes. Oh, nope, didn't see that down below. Missing the grapple. Missing that. And then we're down to our last point once again. Trying to stall in the middle there. Didn't quite work. Oh, no. Bad landing. There was a lot going on at once. Nope, missing a grapple too often. That one just kind of sniped me directly from the side without giving me much of a chance to respond that time, it seemed. Okay, let's watch the ground there. Nope. No, I was trying to jump through that area and dodge it, and it just did not happen. There's a lot to look at here. And then no safe landing point really, except for cutting through the beam with a much better dodge timing. I'm going to try something. This is maybe going to be a little bit silly. We're taking double damage, and we're going to go for the where was it? I have to find what I'm looking for here. Right, all layers of protection are active. Okay, we're gonna go perfect state. I mean, if we don't want to get hit, I don't know if quicker recovery matters or energy, if that matters. But we might as well just take that for the 5 damage, and also just to maintain an aerial position. Let's see, we'll go down really quickly this time probably. Maybe this is a bit of a risk when we haven't really seen much of the last phase, but the idea is just punch through this. It would even be better if we could make room for this one to synergize with the hairpin even when we are whiffing an attack, instead of trying to go splintering, not splintering rather, instead of trying to go sharpen hairpin. Because if we take out defrag and then this one and maybe another 5-pointer, I'm not sure. If we just don't watch the boss's health, for instance, then we might even be able to take that. You know, let's go with this. Let's see if we can actually survive this reasonably with taking double damage and just power through it. Because the health pool for the boss does not seem very large, it's just that we have to get through a lot of dodging phases. And of course the thing that might be a bit concerning here is the bounce phase near the end, because we don't have a solution for that yet and are likely to take some damage on it. we'll just go super high risk on this. And see what the damage output is going to be like. Okay. Gotta watch out for this stuff. We need to just, not take environmental damage, otherwise that happens. Missed my opportunity there, unfortunately. Close. Then now we have a long dodging phase ahead of us, and that's going to be tricky. Got to focus on the platforming here. And unfortunately, I did get hit on the bounce. We did get to the bounce phase quickly. And again, that's the issue with taking double damage, is that I just don't have the requisite experience for that yet, perhaps. We might take off Sharpened Hairpin if we're going this way, but again, if we can just get tons of damage output down before getting hit too hard, then that's technically more successful than what we've been doing recently, just from a clean beam dodging phase that time. And getting into the last phase right away. We don't really have a plan for the bounce phase yet, apart from just trying to burn the boss down as quickly as possible. To dodge here, unfortunately. Lose uptime on the debuff on the boss. Oh, got hit. Oh, we're in the bounce phase already, no wonder. So we nearly got him that time, actually. Now, if we're taking double damage, it might make sense to take one more additional point of health. If we have anything that I can replace to get it. Because 1 point could make a difference here. Like if we manage to shed 15 points off something. So we don't want to get hit, so we'll just take that off. And then we don't want to get hit, so we can take that off. And then so we get 1 more point of health. And then that way we can actually take 3 hits now instead of 2. And that could actually be enough to get us over the line. That doesn't sacrifice very much. But it's just a slight optimization if we're insisting on doing as much as possible at full health. Because the fact that we're getting the boss down to the bounce phase that quickly is a pretty significant improvement. Oh, that was dangerous. That was also a bit dangerous. Nope. Sometimes the boss just recedes into the background at exactly the wrong time and I just completely whiffed my grapple. Yeah, the grapple just whiffs half the time. That's very unfortunate. Nope, missed. Now we're in bigger trouble from not having the perfect buff anymore, and now we're in really big trouble. But we're able to take 3 hits, and that's the important thing. And that fell apart quickly. But sometimes if you're off the rhythm, you don't get back on. I like going double damage for this, though. I mean, having the opportunity to take 3 hits isn't too far off from just taking 4 hits earlier. But we get through this faster. Nope, and of course, yeah, once again, it just recedes into the background at exactly the wrong time, and I just can't hit anything. And then we lose the perfect buff at this point. Yeah, we know it's 3 spins or so before the boss actually gets back in play, but by habit I just try to go for more damage anyway. And of course we have no uptime on that whatsoever because the boss just goes back into the background again. Nope. Nowhere to stand. Absolutely nowhere to stand. Too many spikes bunched up in one place. And then, yeah, I just got knocked down by collision. I guess that was technically entering the bounce phase. But I didn't really see the tell for that to happen, so... And just by standing too close, we got hit. Shouldn't be getting hit in phase 1, though. That's not going to work. It's okay, getting close, just more dodging. No, just spawned directly below me. Yeah, no, this fell apart immediately. This is not going to be the attempt. That's okay, we'll practice the dodging pattern anyway, but no, let's just redo it. That was a disastrous start. Just got hit by the first projectile that came out because it spawned exactly where I was trying to make my first approach. And I think we got so close in this boss a while ago. Oh, missed. And now we need to redo the whole thing. Just imagine someone eventually blowing a speed run to that spot where you just need to slow walk your way all through the loop. Okay, good start. Bad start. Yeah, we kind of knocked that towards the boss. And look at that. Oh. And then follow up with a grapple. No. Too much stuff to watch that time. I didn't expect to get into phase 2 that quickly. We got to phase 2 before we even had a spin that time, which caught me by surprise because the damage output, having gotten the debuff on top of the boss and gotten the sharpened hairpin after that, just tore everything apart so quickly. And that actually caught me off guard a little bit because I was expecting at least one more defensive phase. Missed it. Missed that too. Oh, missed the grapple. Yeah, very often I just don't get the opportunity to get that slice. Oh, I was trying to target that landing location right in between there. That did not work out. There goes the perfect buff. A bit of a zap there. Nope, jumped too late. Now we're in trouble. Given that I'm probably going to take at least 1 point of damage on a bounce phase just from lack of familiarity. Unavoidably so. No, it just keeps on going. There's such a long defensive phase where you can't hit anything, that's the thing. Where I keep expecting him to come out in the middle and he doesn't. It's a lengthy dodging phase if you get into it. With the beam cycling through in both directions, and you do have to survive it completely without the opportunity to push into the fight further. Missing everything here. Oh, finally got something. There we go, that's the way to follow up. And now here's the long dodging phase. In both directions. Whoa, no, I thought I had a double jump there and I didn't. keeps going. Yeah, sometimes if you're too far up on the wall, you don't get a double jump because it detects it as a fall instead. I cannot always see whether that's going to happen. Nope, missed. And yeah, no, again, he's just not in the foreground when I need him to be. If I can systematically predict some of the foreground to background transitions where the boss becomes unavailable, that would be very beneficial, but often we're just kind of attacking it until we start missing, and that's only getting so far. Okay, good start there. Missed that one, unfortunately. Nope. Just ran out of juice there and couldn't stall. No, just getting hit by too much here. Couldn't see anything. No, just could not see a thing. Also didn't accurately guess which way that was going to spin. I couldn't quite tell from the animation how that was going to wind up. Yeah, very interesting fight in some ways. The first one in the game that has truly been designed around extremely limited energy usage, where a lot of your movement abilities are disabled except in exact circumstances that you have to act to activate. And of course, by generating shards ourselves, we're already making this fight a lot easier than it would be otherwise, in terms of just having some energy replenishment on the board. Okay. Yeah, when we're jumping that far off the wall, I should expect that it's a single jump and not plan for a double jump. That's already helping quite a bit as just a little minor improvement. I'm finding that a lot more readable that way. Okay, bounce phase. Except I'm taking too many hits already. Nope. I was trying to time my dodges, but I could not quite see where he was going. That was close, though. That was reasonably close. It's just that we got hit multiple times there all at once. Yeah, we haven't seen that part of the fight enough to predict the bounces yet. And I should maybe not be playing so aggressively in that part when we don't actually know the pattern that well, or where he's going to go. Got back to the bounce phase pretty cleanly, though. Up to that point, it was quite good. It was a quick fight, too. Okay, let's watch out for the spins. Expect single jumps. Unless we start really low. So yeah, always plan around single jumps for this one. Oh. Okay, that was almost it, except we got caught at the very end there. Has to tell for the bounces, maybe? No, not quite. Yeah, not yet. No. Out of position. Yeah, sometimes I'm making predictions for where I'm going based on the expectation that I'm going to tap the boss and refill energy, and then if we misread when the boss is going to be back in the background and receding in such a way that I can't attack in, then that throws off the whole plan. And we're getting into a lot of situations like that where I'm suddenly missing energy that I was expecting to have just from having whiffed any contact with the boss. So, we do need to watch that. Nope, missed my first dodge. That's already a bad start. Nope, nope, missed that one too. Yeah, terrible start already, actually. Nope. Missed it. In the triple dagger movements, usually I can just walk along the bottom and dodge at least 2 out of 3 before we actually need to get into a real timed dodge. But sometimes that movement can be a little bit stalled depending on what else is on the floor in our surroundings, so that's something to clean up as well. For a fight that I was expecting to go by pretty easily, we've actually been on this for quite a lot longer than I expected at this point because we were so close so early in some of the attempts that we had. And it's just purely been an accuracy issue that, you know, there's nothing, again, strategically that's new about this. It's very forbidding. But it's just a lot of whiffing attacks and whiffing dodges. Okay, have to jump out of that. Now let's watch out for this bit. Just have to watch the floor. Oh, the bounce phase already. Okay. No. The thing is, the bounces seem to generally go right. But then the floor is also spinning counterclockwise in those sequences in such a way that I'm also being pushed towards the right side wall. So maybe we can time a sort of double dodge there to avoid that. But essentially, both the bounce and the player movement on the floor are gravitating towards the same location. Right side every time, at least in the counterclockwise spin. And so that's why that's been so troublesome to dodge. That you might hit the first dodge, but then both characters converge on the same position once again. And It's very easy to be caught off guard by that. So we have not been able to survive that yet, but so far we've seen the bounce phase properly so few times that it's been very improvisational. We just haven't figured out an actual strategy for it yet. Okay, catch this jumping timing. Oh, got caught by something there. I just didn't even see it. No, just too much going on. Okay, this, you just do the platforming and hope for the best. And then spin back out this couple of beams. It's kind of like a combination lock almost. 3 in one direction and then 2 in one direction, kind of following some pattern. I haven't really gotten a sense of that pattern exactly yet, except the spins seem to match-ish, or rather max out at 3 beams. If we can just skip that part of the sequence, obviously that's best. On the best attempts, that's usually been the case, where we just don't have to mess with that and can get right into the bounces. But we really can't count on that. But yeah, when you debuff the boss, follow it with a sharpened hairpin. That really just destroys his health pool. And whenever we can get that down, things go a lot more successfully. Just stay in the air as much as we can here. No, too much going on in the middle. That's already the first hit of 3 that we're able to take. Nope, too much going on as we were seeing the reversal. And then, yeah, unfortunately I got crushed right at the beginning of the bounce phase. There's a little bit of a tell for that phase transition. We can kind of see it on the life bar if we're glancing at it as well. There's a little bit of a tell when he's about to do that. But the problem is that when the bounce phase is starting, if you're standing too close, you do get hit immediately. And so that's one hit right off the bat that we can't take unless we know well enough during that phase transition to stand back, which we can't always predict because I am, of course, pushing in and trying to deal damage to get the phase transition in the first place. And so the situation tends to be that when we push into phase 3, as it were, I'm standing too close and the first bounce is going to make contact. Nope. Unfortunately. Missing a lot at this point. Yeah, no, if we're not grounded during those dodges, it's hard to dodge at all. And unfortunately, I'm already down to my last hit. Stand back a little bit. Yeah, this is the bounce phase, I think. We need to... Oh, nope. Got caught on the floor that time when that one was coming out. We are very far along. But there are complications to work out. Got out of that one quickly, at least. Nope, too much coming in. Yeah, sometimes if I'm in the air at the beginning of the beam phase, I just don't get the opportunity to dodge the daggers that are also being projected. No, I had nowhere to move. That was just not gonna work. Okay. No, except I underestimated how quickly I would get spun over to the right. That's exactly the thing that we said would be a problem, is that with a counterclockwise spin, I get pulled over to 3 o'clock at the same time that the boss is bouncing to 3 o'clock. And of course you also have to mind that one red spot on the floor. That is hazardous as well. That threw out the pattern slightly that time too. If we're able to get energy at that point, a sensible thing might actually be to go for something like the glide. Usually though, on this fight we will not have energy, or we're saving it for grapple with the hairpin. Okay, so we might have underestimated this fight a little bit just from how the early phases seem to be going initially. Oh. Okay, let's get on the floor so we can dodge some of this stuff. Sometimes we actually do want to be pulled over to the edge so we can get over there. That was actually more successful than I expected. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that time I knew to try to pull left into bounce phase, and we did get hit, but only once. Okay, that actually went pretty well. You see, we only really needed to land one hit there, and it's just that we previously got demolished so much. Let's be careful here. Oh yeah, so you can spin that, and that's interesting, that it opens up a passage. So we came in this way, but you can actually spin to open up other passages. Now, we should probably retune our setup a little bit. Now, there was another wall here that was not open yet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, actually, we just didn't break that open previously. That was perfectly fine. And as you can see, there is a top right. That will be some kind of continuation. We didn't check the bottom right either. Maybe that leads somewhere short. I might want to refill a bit of health first before we proceed. Like right here. Unusable because of a modifier. Oh, right, because we took off the point that allows me to use those. Yeah, I forgot about that. We should probably redo my setup a little bit first before we get into more exploration then. And actually, maybe we should point that back to bottom right rather than top. Depending on how we plan to back out here. Oh, notice that I'm able to walk on this floor with energy now. That I'm able to traverse this area properly without having energy disabled at every turn. Okay, so that's a plus. We are now actually able to play around here. And so I don't need to worry quite so much about being able to get around this stuff, for instance. Now, we will continue because I don't know, other than this zone being more traversable, what that ability gets me. But let's retune a ton of stuff. We'll just take off a bunch of this. And then get back into gratitude for sure. Recovery... probably. Free heals. And then down by 1, and then we still have 40 to work with. And we'll stay on Splintering Dodge because we might need it for exploration. And one of these two. Let's go with this. Trying to see what makes the most sense here. Yeah, something similar will probably be fine. This might be better for platforming, so we'll do that. And we'll go back to explore the other corners of that hatch. Yeah, so no longer disabled by the floor. I don't know if that gets us much new territory necessarily, but we'll take what we can. And then was this area we dropped in? Yeah, right side. And we managed to crack this open. Oh wait, no, it's shut again. Oh no, it opens for you. Okay, it spins into position depending on how you approach, so you don't have to guess. This is kind of a neat interaction that you just roll in. And then what do we get? Unknown object. Candle. So we're up to 11 candles at this point. And then we'll continue top right. Okay, so this gets uncovered. Have I actually been to that side before? Let me just check. See. Yeah, we should finish breaking the shortcut, obviously, instead of just doing it part way. And then this is going to be more crystallized. 400 that we don't really necessarily need at this point. But it does open up all of this stuff. And then, yeah, we've been through here before, I'm sure. Let me just check it one more time in case there was anything else to look at that we hadn't already seen, now that we have some energy for traversal. Then we'll head back down and continue into the bottom right corner. Another pipe here that looks entirely shut though. It looks like it's just part of the artwork. Pearls with a fully functional core must not be disposed of in the pit. Pearls with a fully functional core. So are we not allowed to carry something with us here? How do we not have a fully functional core? I guess we'll have to find that out. Pearls with a fully functional core must not be disposed of in the pit. So we need something that's not functional? Hang on, we need to figure that out. Maybe we're missing something. That's a very curious thing to be told. Something to the left there. So that clearly continues somewhere interesting, because we know that this is an exit from the pit. Oh yeah, this left side here is where we picked up the candle just now. That's why it's empty. And there's something further down below it, though. Well, we should continue to explore this area, because having the ability to retain energy now might get me somewhere new, somewhere in the bottom corners in this zone. Pearls with a fully functional core. So how do we not have a functional core? We'll need to puzzle that out. So we need to dispose of some non-functional core, perhaps, but what exactly does that mean? We'll have to find out. But anyway, let's keep on exploring now that we have energy then. Because what we've managed to achieve here really doesn't look like it's going to progress any other obstacles on the map that we've seen. And so we need to keep looking. So we've been here. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we've done this whole challenge area, but I wonder if there's anything new to see. If, for instance, we go down below. Oh, no. Can't go through there. Well, let's see if there's something I'm able to go through at this point. Not really. I mean, it looks like we might be able to go down even further. Oh, nope, can't really reverse this way. this area is a whole lot easier in general, though. Then how do we go left here? There is something down below. Bottom left area. This is how we came in, though. Well, I did note before that there was a bottom left area that we didn't traverse. It looked like it was just more junk, potentially, but we should check that to be sure. Yeah, it can progress further down this way, for instance. That didn't quite work out. We need to take this. And we'll just keep descending. So I think this was the area I was looking at. I don't think it really continues, though. No, it's just a junk pile, so doesn't look like it's anything else. So we might just need to puzzle out what that means, that we can't enter the pit due to having a fully functional core. Maybe I need to put on some modifier that disables that. But I don't see how any of these would apply. Rolls with a fully functional core must not be disposed of in the pit. Well then, how do we change that? Nope, I was trying to dodge out of that. That's not working yet. Let's cross over here to see if there was any new material. Doesn't really look like it. We've seen all this. Whoops. Nope. Standing too close. Nope. Oh, only one hit remaining. How much Naker are we losing? Doesn't really matter at this point, but 350. So I wonder what gets us into the pit then. I mean, we're missing 2 keys potentially. We're still looking for the personal assistant again to talk about some of this stuff. Oh. I really have no idea what that could be. I mean, if we can find some other passage, perhaps we need to map this to see if there's another way to get past this area, the obstruction that stands between us and returning to this central segment here. Yeah, maybe we just return to map first, but let's refill before anything else happens. because I've only seen this energy disabling interaction in this zone. And I don't know if there's anything else to see here just yet. So we see there, that's the pit door. There's clearly a side that is unlockable. So I'm wondering what else we could interact with. I still haven't determined if we have a way to go back to this area. This is where the hand flicks you away at the beginning of the first approach to the hand. And that's maybe a bit of a mystery as well. It looked like things were blocked off last time, but I didn't really inspect that carefully. Maybe there's someone we're supposed to talk to about that interaction. Also, yeah, we still have no connection to the upper network. We're still missing one connection point that would allow us to do that. I'm just thinking about this and seeing if there's maybe anything else to explore in the whole pipe network around the top right to see if we can get out of there and reveal anything else. It seems interesting that this allows you to open this passage. Let's backtrack up top. I wonder if there's anything else we can see there. Because didn't we hit a couple of obstructions prior to this along this network? I think there's clearly more that I haven't seen here yet. We open up some passages. There's an upper passage here. It has a drop from below. Let's see what to do with this whole tunnel network. So we come out here. Well, we've been there before. That just connects all the way to the left again. So I'm trying to see if we can somehow connect through here. We might need to scout that out just to take a look at what the potential obstructions are. And why we could not continue. So yeah, we end up here and then that's the dead end. Doesn't look like there's anywhere to actually exit the pipes anytime soon there. And we were here recently as well. This doesn't seem to extend further. This does spit out here, but then that just takes us back down to where we're unable to continue. So yeah, the current issue is just that we don't know what that means. We need to come in here in a manner that is not detected as fully functional. So how do we do that? Well... yeah, there we've been down before. Let's try to backtrack up to the top corner then. We still don't know where the candles plug in, incidentally. That's also another mystery that may be relevant to at least some of the remaining gates that we haven't cracked. Come through here at this point. That just drops down. Yeah, we've actually been through here and we haven't. Oh, you know what? This can be cracked on the right side. So let's figure out that passage because that's something new. Yeah, we haven't been through that central tunnel. It looks like we can go in from above. So the fact that we haven't dealt with that room and haven't opened that shortcut tells me there's still something we haven't seen. We'll just try to drop down towards it. It's just a shortcut, but it could be relevant to something. Because it tells me that we haven't really played with all of this stuff yet. Missing every dodge, of course. We can just refill health pretty close by, though, and so we'll do that. And we'll just crack open that pipe on the left, just to get as many shortcuts open as possible. The fact that we can get those shortcuts open seems interesting. Because why would you want to shortcut through here? You would come in. We've seen that. And we've seen this here. Yeah, because we've seen the extent of all this stuff. Because it all just ends like this. There really doesn't seem to be any kind of escape at the right side of this structure, so let's backtrack left instead. I was wondering why that shortcut would be useful. We have to think about that. But yeah, setting up the pit interaction, whatever it is, seems to be pretty critical. And I feel like figuring out the Torn Overseer up here too might potentially be along a passage that reveals something, that there's something that we haven't seen in this area. I actually kind of wonder, given that there's this floor here that we haven't explored, because it didn't seem like there was anything here that would allow us to drop through, if this connects in such a way that it completes that part of the world wrap. No, because this is already the breath. This is already where we... not the breath, the blood, rather. This is where we went down to the blood and then went above to... like that one boss and collect an upgrade. So... I'm just trying to puzzle out what we haven't seen in that area. And we had connected this lift up top. We never connected this overseer. It might be related to the interaction that was behind the waterfall, but we don't know. So we still have a surprising number of mysteries on the map. This allows you to go back, but then it's like we're kind of going back the hard way to get back to the lift. Well, I mean, nothing's going to happen until we figure out what that pit restriction actually means and how we get around it. Oh, whoops. Well, in keeping with that, we should probably just go back up. I wonder if we can take another crack at this area, just to see if we can progress through it. Maybe that's going to be relevant. Then we would need to do this area, or we can just take it from above. Might as well take the nearest save point first. Whoop. Because I am trying to think about whether there was somewhere else that would have been similarly energy disabling, but I can't really think of what it might be. It's also possible that maybe we're missing something that would allow me to break open this area and pass over. Yeah, but if we can't figure out what's going on with that clue about the fully functional pearls, then not much is going to happen. I actually wonder if maybe the trick to that would be to go back up to the Nexus and talk to NPCs and try to receive some kind of verbal clue. That's maybe something I have not considered carefully enough as a possibility. I guess what we can do instead is we'll head back down. I believe this was just a passage down to Debbie the Collector's fight, but is the left side open? No, it's not. Oh wait, we went to the left side for observation before, and whoops, now I have to get out the long way, don't I? Oh, whoops. Just got smoked by that. We come back over here, then... Yeah, we just have to continue the long way back up to the lift we saw earlier. Let's have a shortcut that I can't recall. Whoop. Yeah, there's no shortcut here. We just need to be careful. Or we'll lose a 600 or so that we're not using. Oops, I was trying to glide on the right, we just missed. Oh, nope, didn't quite do that right. Nor that. Oh, standing too close. Yeah, there's got to be some other way that we could have easily gotten back out after inadvertently dropping back down into the electrified area. That was a bit of a mistake. Nope, oh, I thought I had a double jump there. I did not. No. Again, we need to, when we get into the glide, just not move. And also stand a little further. I did this pretty easily before, I just don't remember what we did last time, but... yeah, just like that. It's not really difficult, as long as you're paying attention. Well, a good opportunity anyway to come back here and see if we missed anything. Nope. Nope. Stalled there for too long. Not close enough. There we go. No. Didn't recover enough energy from getting back on the ground. Okay, finally. Back to safety. As long as it didn't get crushed by the lift on the way up or something. Okay, let's go... I was about to say all the way back up, but we go part way up. Manage health. And just figure out what the next place to check should be. Because that loop got absolutely nothing done. Just got into a little bit of trouble there with falling into the collector fight room and not managing to continue. Yeah, this was some room that we went to by pipes only. I don't know if there's a way to break out of that and continue below. We should inspect some of that a little bit further. I don't know if any of this up here is explorable. It never really seems so. Anyway, this area is familiar to us after lots and lots of platforming. But we'll see. I wonder if we can drain this little tub here like we've done with so many others. Oops. So we've been through here a whole lot before, but I'm just going to retrace a bit to see if there was anything else that we can do in this area to crack it open a bit further with our current movement abilities. To the left side, of course, that was the massive platforming challenge that we don't need to redo. Because that we really saw quite exhaustively. But what would be interesting to see is if there was anything down here that we did not previously continue. Like any way to drop in further to where we previously encountered the hand. Like over here, for instance, is there a continuation? Not really, it's just a wall. And back over this pit. I'm trying to see if there's a way we can break back down below. Doesn't appear so here, though. But the fact that there's so much drainage going on in the right side tank might be relevant. Let's take a look here. Yeah, I don't know if there was anything along this ceiling, for instance. There was something we did in the pipe system originally that would go all the way through to the area where the hand flicked us away. That is something that we can continue towards on the left here. But it's not much. Can't really do very much here. However, I wonder how we can still reach the lower level. Whoa, didn't even see that. And then, oh yeah, these ones that were previously a bit of a mess to get through. Let's see if the... Oh! Totally didn't read that. It's coming up rather than going down. Now we're in health trouble a little bit here. Until I can replenish that point of gratitude. So, do things go down any further from here? It doesn't look like it. I've seen that one quite a few times. So I'm wondering if we can follow the pipe system somewhere below at this point too. Try to traverse back. Whoa, no, that's a problem. That's okay, we got one layer back to mitigate that. We should probably crystallize, even though I've got nothing to spend the cash on. Oh. So yeah, we had seen this area before. We'd wrapped down below. I don't know if there's anything else to look at here. Oh. Caught by that timing a little bit. Nope. Jump too early. I'm just going to see if we can traverse to the lowest level. Nope. Bad timing. It's not that big a timing window, unfortunately. And we had done all this before, but I'm wondering if I missed a spot. Can't remember at this point what we even obtained down here. So yeah, this again was traversable by pipe. I just don't remember how to connect. Back to the rest. If it even is traversable at this point. And it might not be. Because we've seen all that before. That is the left side of the collector's fight. So yeah, we backtracked there last time as well, I think. Nope. Bad timing. There might not be anything new here. Okay, that was a bit of a narrow escape. So anything to look at on this side? More fencing. We had gone through the left side here previously. That's how we connected. All that, I wonder... Well, this central pipe here goes down, but then... I think we had hit a dead end there after that. Because that leads you down to the room that looks like the shop. Yeah, we were here not long ago. But I don't even remember how we connected to the left side to begin with. It was something through the piping system, but... I don't remember how that looks. Wasn't down below here, we checked it already. And then I'm watching the flow here carefully to see if this lowers any further. Oh, what did I even hit? Oh, no, the flow was up on the left side, yeah. That was a little bit silly. I mean, we could go back to inspect the room with the hand fight, perhaps. To see if there was any kind of continuation out of it that might have been missed. This is a core that we obtained a long time ago. And this gets you back to the Goliath's room, I believe. Or no, yeah, close to it. Anything new out of him? You can read the stories in the Celestial Bays Observatory. There used to be an elevator in the Nexus that would go all the way up. You know, we had the elevator up to this floor. There's a corner here that we actually never really fully inspected. That's clearly an exit. For some reason, I wasn't able to reach it previously. So that area is worth looking at. Now that we've been given this massive hint, that's worth revisiting, because by the looks of it, we might be able to open up the lift to go even further up. Pretty conspicuous blank area in the map. So maybe we should pursue that idea first. Much as we'll be backtracking further yet again. Well, let's follow the piping up. That gets us out rather quickly. And then we'll actually teleport over to this node here by the lab, because that will allow us to travel up by shuttle after we've had a chance to maybe take a look at this room again to see if there's anything that reveals the cutscene area or there's something else. Obviously still some things to see over here, we just could not get through this slot. This is exit only and it seems to connect to it. And this we still don't know how to connect it to the vault's shuttle, because it is very clear there's going to be another shuttle point that we haven't discussed, or rather discovered yet, I've been guessing all along it connects up to there. That may or may not be correct. I just want to see the boss room again and inspect it. I guess we hadn't been back, and maybe there's something to look at that we hadn't really considered. Everything does close up, though. And then it's just the same exit as before, by the looks of it. So, perhaps nothing new after all. And the lift is on the next level right now. I wonder... Yeah, it doesn't look like it continues down or anything, so... we better take it back up. So this was where the fingertip interaction was. The wheel. We don't know how to interact with that just yet. Does feel like we're going to have to find some other location first that will allow me to restore that. Yeah, we inspected these spots last time and we just couldn't seem to progress. I can't remember why it was we couldn't go past this point, though, and check this location. There was some reason that it was obstructed here. This is for the pit. I don't remember why we couldn't go up this way. And why that was blocked off. Maybe I should check that visually one more time. We had seen it before. I just don't remember what it was. That was the progress blocker. So that would be worth it. Taking a look quickly if we can get through the low gravity area. There was some reason I turned back in that spot and I don't remember why. Because it's at the end of the drop after the so long chase. So the question is, can you actually escape vertically out of that drop? Don't know yet. But clearly something up there that we haven't seen. I wonder if any of this is relevant to the fingertip. This is worth checking, in fact. Because I can't see I looked at that carefully. So yeah, we've been through here to uncover some of that. We'll check the bottom of each of these rooms in case we find something relevant to that fingertip. Because I don't know. This was just at the conclusion of the whole so-long chase sequence. I don't know if anything else would have changed on this side that we hadn't looked up. I know we had checked that door. That's seemingly the exit from the pit and is exit only. What I've not done is progress past that. So yeah, this is the area that I couldn't get through. That seems to be drop only. Connects to some other passage. And this was to drop from above. It does seem obstructed by a platform. You drop in here, but it does look like a one-way drop. From the start of the so-long fight. I don't see a way to go back up. Yeah, that's what the obstruction was. Clearly some enemies still there. And so something is going to connect these at some point. But we have no idea how to get into that whole central area. It might be that we need to figure out the pit entrance first, and then the pit entrance connects to the rest from below. Very hard to say at this point. Because we just haven't seen any of that. Yeah, I could never figure out this bit here. It looks very exit only, but I could always be wrong. For example, I reload here, then I can get on the door. And then, whoops, no, can't do that. What if I reload here? Ball. No, we don't really have a way to get through there still. Just no way to get around all of that. There is a top right there that is just the exit to this place. I mean, this looks like a fingertip as well, but so do many other things around here. And none of them seem to fit the direction that we're looking for with the wheel. But essentially we can figure out what the pit requirement is. That will get us far. So let's get back upstairs and push the map some more. It can take a little while to just reverse out of things that you've done already. This door was locked from the other side. How much did I seemingly do about that from this direction. It's the low gravity area. Anything interesting to climb towards? Not really. So let's just take the shuttle back up. So we'll see if there's any dialogue that could reveal anything in the center. Otherwise, we'll try to push the top levels. Anything to climb through? To go up top? Not really. Did we ever properly check the left side here? There's nothing. Sure, let's go all the way up top. So I don't know why this area never appears on a map. We've explored it a few times. We're in Leho's private quarters, but for some reason you can never actually get it to appear. I actually wonder if there's anything new here to explore that we could not have previously reached. Doesn't seem like it. Unless we go under or something. There's a little ledge up there that looks traversable, actually. Here. Oh yeah, here's something. Absorb tendrils. What does that get us? More attack power. As with all the other keepers. So, even more of a damage buff. Didn't expect even more of these at this point, but that's a lot of Forebear's legacies at this point. This is new. Asma's and Clea's room. Clea being the heart, Asma being the eye. So yeah, this is new material. And look, there's something on the map in the background. Metallic chain with 2 interlocking pieces made out of steel and brass. Okay, let's try to identify where that is on the map, because that looks interesting. Some kind of environmental clue. I need to look for something that is that shape. This map is big enough that that might be a little bit hard to spot. But it is some kind of treasure map. And then I'm trying to see how this connects. little difficult to compare that with the shapes that we have everywhere here. Because it's one of the central multi-level shafts that has a diagonal protrusion out of the top right. But there are so many to choose from. You have to look for something that matches. It's not this central shaft here. But we have to look at all of the places where we rode a lift upstairs, I guess. Unless this is something I've already found. I just don't recognize that. You'd think that's easier to spot, given how we can fit that in with everything else. I'm just trying to see what that matches. It looks like it matches the central area here. Yes, I see it. We're looking for this spot here. Let's mark it. Mark it a little more accurately. And then you need to approach it from the right side wall. That's interesting. We haven't really seen an environmental clue like that. Or at least I hadn't consciously noticed one up to this point. Wonder what that could possibly be. Now to get there, we're fairly close by. I can kind of see why this would have been difficult to spot. Let's go down a step. So we have to enter on the right side of that shaft, but I wonder if I can drop in. Yeah, so we can see where that's supposed to be. It is lit up there. Of course, I haven't been back here in a while, so we haven't really had the opportunity to check what that could be. But then, is it just this spot? No, we're too high above it. So it's something below here. Like, oh yeah, there's a little slot here. There we go. There we go. Asma's will. Enemies don't attack MIO as long as she doesn't strike first. That's interesting. For exploration purposes. What are we looking at the moment? We're still missing one of the 40s. Presumably a 40. But that fills in more of the exploration-oriented 30s, I guess. 30s in these two columns. Okay, well, we can take that off at least. I wonder if there were more background map clues like that elsewhere on the map that we just hadn't seen or thought about. Because that's really the first time that I'd paid attention to something like that. And maybe that's something we've been neglecting. Almost looks like I clipped through that. Not quite. So this was the area with the eye. Oh, that's interesting. I see one candle here. Did we ever do this interaction? Atone? I don't think we had. And then we light more candles. Okay, here we go. Here's something new.
Come. I need you. At the top.
This was the beginning of the story.
Meet me.
Maybe.
Time is running out.
Yeah, because all the other keepers are gone. Wouldn't this be where it explains how MIO, presumably the keeper assigned to the eye, is called into service here? I don't know, because this is stuff from the very first part of the story, our very first sitting with the game before we'd figured out anything yet. But this does look very much like this is where we plug in the candles. And then, oh, I get to play this memory. So now we get to see the beginning of the story, perhaps. Where notice I have to double jump, but not my other abilities yet. And maybe we have some new context for this part of the story that we didn't before, because we're just replaying the introduction at this point.
This fabricated world is aging. Crumbling. Failing. And so
Now we don't have the grapple for this point.
We all are.
This is different from the intro, though. This area here. Well, let's see.
Almost there.
So we're playing through a memory as we plug in more candles. Well, let's just plug in all the candles and see what happens. Okay. Because this is the part of the timeline where we had not yet fought and defeated Ate, except for some reason, of course, we have the voice of the spine. So let's listen and see what happens. Did you know, sister, however broken and irreparable, the mind within the pearl never truly disappears. With enough time and focus, I can read some of Asma's thoughts. They're just fragments and broken loops, mostly. All turn towards you. I can feel the strength of the bond you shared. I came here looking for something else, a long-lost answer, but realize now that I am intruding. It isn't my place to stir these memories. You have my sympathies. Alright, let's keep plugging in. Yeah, here's the thing, that we played so much of this adventure that I completely forgot that this was the area that was relevant to the candles right at the beginning of the game, and we had already plugged in one very early on. Here's more. So it continues to show you
Many generations ago,
this memory.
a promise was made to find them a new home, fit for life. But we could not keep our word. And now, they are gone. Soon it will be us. Something has to be done. A drastic change. Otherwise, their legacy will disappear with us.
Yeah, because humanity didn't manage to survive the generation ship, so now the machines must get something going. There's the main theme again, by the way. And then now we'll see what interaction that is once we plug in. How many candles remain? 3. Your arrival as a gift keeper. Please, the eye awaits. Ah, this explains the top corner of the map. That top left corner that we were staring at before.
MIO, my dearest companion. How I missed you. It feels lonely here on my own, among the stars. Look, just out of sight. We had our chance, but we couldn't seize it. And now, this world, our made-up home. Clear is fighting for it. I can see her pulse flickering. She needs our help. Our essence. Our voices. It is time we leave our shells and join her.
So this gives you the context for not only the beginning of the story, but what we actually achieved at the first ending in our last session. I mean, we figured it out from context, but now you have a scene that establishes
Save the heart.
what we did at the beginning of the story. Sort of interesting that we would find a scene after having completed the credits once.
I miss her.
Completable earlier, of course. Given that we just needed that last candle, perhaps. And... oh, we still have one left, don't we? Let me... see, yeah, because we picked up the last candle down below today after the fight with Vlad the Impaler. So if we plug in the last one, then what happens? Let's find out. It's an unknown object. Minus 25 defective core. Aha. But if you have the defective core, then does that mean that you can enter the pit? I think we need to try it. I think we need to have the defective core to enter the pit. That's that would make so much sense because of what it was telling us at the door earlier. So it means that we reduce ourselves to only being able to take one hit. And I believe this is the last negative modifier, if I'm not mistaken. She rests in peace. Okay. We have to try it. And then I need to get up on that platform somehow because we still technically haven't popped open the top left. Even though now I know what's there. It didn't look like it was reachable from here, but maybe because we saw it in that cutscene, we were able to map it out. Unless there's some way I can progress by wrapping around the top. This is new. So maybe we can actually get up to the top because the Goliath was implying that I could. And yeah, so this is new. And then now that unlocks access from the lift down below, as the Goliath was saying much earlier, so we actually have even more that we can do here. Okay, so this we should have noticed a long time ago too, but didn't. Now this looks like a much lengthier passage up to the top than what we saw in the cutscene just now, but maybe we were misreading where that room was. And we need to go right. Yeah, I see the next node. Didn't have sail when I was here before, so I couldn't get on the platform. Oh, is that why? That must have been a while ago. I guess we haven't been back here in quite some time. Whoop. Because it feels like we've had the sail for quite a while now. Okay. Nope. Should have gained a bit more height there after tapping that. Oh, I thought I had a second jump there. I didn't. Well, let's be careful here. But yeah, the plan is to install the defective core and see if that works as the key for the pit. I feel like it intuitively makes sense that it would be the case, but you never know. Hang on. Can I tap this twice? I was hoping to go back and forth so we could reposition ourselves a little bit, but that did not work out. Hesitated a bit there, but that's okay, we got it. There's somewhere to go top right in that previous room, but we'll need to deal with it later. Oh, should have tapped that. It's okay, got here just fine. This is going to be a wall climb up top. Why would I need to tap that one? On the way back, I guess, maybe. Is it background climb? Oh, missed it. Let's replenish health first. Nope, missed it. Right, because I don't have a sail at that point. I might need to tap the grapple point twice. Which mean here, tap, and then glide. Okay, pretty easy going actually. Let's see what we drop towards here. Okay, so yeah, this is the area, Celestial Bay. We were told about this by the Goliath, but then this is the beginning of the intro sequence that we saw the flashback to. That's why the top left leaving the structure peeking out the top of the ship seems so different from our spawn point at the beginning of the story that we did see. Now, we have a lot to look at here. There will be more mapping to be done after, I'm sure. Because it felt like I missed some other spot below, but... let's continue this way and see what's going on. Yeah, so this is what we saw when plugging in the candles. We do know there was a lift at the end of the sequence, but we didn't see this because when we were here in the flashback, we didn't have the grapple point. This actually just allows you to shortcut back here, but then you get some crystallized nacre along the way. And does this just loop back to where I was before? I think it does. Although interestingly enough, there's a passage coming in up here. Yeah, we've been there. We actually did a large and rather unnecessary loop. However, this looks like it goes up further, does it? Let's see. Nope, that's just ceiling. But, look at this. We have a place to eventually bring back an overseer even now. It does mean that we'll have extended the map quite a bit. Quite a lot, actually. And that is a significant extension of what we'd seen previously. Nothing up here, so let's continue. Now, why would we want to go down first? Does this connect anywhere that I need? Top or bottom first, what do you think? Is that another core? What would we need more cores for at this point? Let's find out. Let's double back and collect that if we can. What would we even spend more cores on at this point? That's really extended things all of a sudden. Huh. Interesting. Maybe we can actually extend the shop even further, even though it's technically shut down at this point. I wouldn't imagine that the game just gives you more cores than you're allowed to spend. Clearly, there's something we'll plug that in for at some point. Something that we can cash in. And this is a very visually unique area in its own right. So this does proceed upwards, so which means we should check down first. I mean, the natural progression, it seems, is to just keep going up. Which is why we'll go down to unlock any shortcuts before proceeding, but, you know, hard to tell. That can always be a poor assumption. Something lit up over here. More crystallized nacre. Maybe there is something else to spend on at some point. Someone else taking a core. This looks like it connects back to the gardens, actually. Or it gets close to it. Maybe we can open up a shortcut passage we hadn't seen previously. Seems like a tie-up in a canopy. It really looks like we did get back into the canopy, but... Was there something that we hadn't unlocked there? Some door we hadn't cracked? Ah, yes, okay. This would be a gate all the way back to Haven, actually. Or... Can't really tell where we are at this point. But it looks like it probably returns back to this area. Yeah, look at this. This was the area where we get to glide. Well, the sensible thing to do would be to just backtrack from here, but maybe we should actually go down and map this out first. And then come back up. Although it's a long passage down, so... Let's just go back directly. At least we have the connection point. Now, we have been up there. Okay. Well, I'm glad we actually cracked open this much of the map today. It wasn't clear to me that we would really make much progress instead of just fumbling around looking at the places that had stopped us previously. And fortunately, lots of new material today, actually. Tons of it. Okay, we need to make it over to that end. Oop, nope, swiped the wrong way. And what have we collected here? Let's find out. Sun sail. Increases gliding speed while using the sail, but also increases energy consumption, huh? Curious. Interesting speed tool for the people who might want one someday. Or some eventual 100% run that we'll see. I don't know how hard speedrunners have been pushing this game so far. What has been discovered. It's been out for long enough that I assume it's been heavily worked on, just given how interesting some of the routing can be. But that's something to look at after we've finished. Now, unless we find an obvious passage to climb up even further, let's go back to the Overseer. I mean, we know there's a way to go even further because presumably we can peek out the top. Just like we did in the candle cutscene. Yeah, oh, and we're out of the artificial gravity now, so we are floating. And yeah, this is the area with the lift, or at least broken telescope parts or something. But anyway, we We'll see what this is. Yeah, the low gravity movement is a little bit tricky, as we discovered in the lower segment where the wrapping structure was revealed. This floaty platforming here isn't always the most responsive, but we'll make do with what we can. It's at least somewhat climbable. Didn't even check the bottom right there actually, but clearly the way to go is up, so. Oh, thought I'd land there. On top of something traversable. Not quite. Go up the ceiling on the left, perhaps, and then drop. Well, good thing we noticed that clue from the Goliath, too. I'm gonna check back up here, and also interpreted it correctly. But that there is this much celestial bay, we definitely did not expect. In the cutscene, I guess we took the lift all the way up, and that's why we didn't see this whole segment. Oh, look at that in the background. Very similar to the librarian, actually. Could even be another librarian. We need to expect books somewhere around here, so. Let's see where this goes. So that seems to go to the top of where the lift originally went. Let's check the right, see if we can open that door. Nope. No interaction. And here's the main theme, just as we heard it in the cutscene that took us here earlier. All the way up to the top. Now, here's a Pearl record. Positive report. Are my senses tricking me again? I've been looking out for so long. I don't know what is real and what is not anymore. Stars and corrupted spots in my sensors feel awfully similar. It's so hard to focus, and yet. I think this is it. I finally found it. I need to share the news. Our journey is over. So, yeah, because we know from the cutscene, the eye's job, of course, is just to be a lookout for when the colony ship arrives at a colonizable destination. That's our understanding of it. So we're missing one record here. That's going to be the record associated with the heart. Pretty clearly, I would say. Starting to fill in those collectibles. Now, is there anything else to interact with up here? Surely there is. Because apart from the flavor of it, I don't know if the Pearl records really kind of add up to anything else for us. Can't really seem to cling on to anything else here, so. Oh, here we are. I feel like we are just short of wrapping around to the top there, and that it should be doable. But I can't seem to cling here until pretty late in the interaction, and so that Yeah, it doesn't seem to work. Totally feel like I should be able to get up there. I mean, we didn't climb all the way up here to not do that, did we? But maybe there isn't anything other than a Pearl record. Totally feels like we can get up top. But we have no double jump in low gravity. Let's not consider how that physically makes sense. Okay, so we started the climb much later this time. Maybe we can wrap. There we go. There we go. I knew it. Yeah, there's no way we came up here to not stargaze with the eyes remains. So can we see the destination planet? Let's take a look. Wow, we missed so much when hitting the credits the first time. Sure, let's take a screenshot of this. Why not? We earned it. I don't know if... Yeah, the scene just kind of stays here and lets you stargaze until you're feeling like you're done with it, and then you just return here. But then if we climb up to this side, what happens? Is there anything else we can do? Oh. Yeah, you're not allowed to go down this way. You're just flat out not allowed. So yeah, it seems like the reward for coming all the way up here, well, it absolutely doesn't need to be anything material. It's just this little contemplative moment that we've earned for ourselves. Just to enjoy the view. We didn't seem to find any of those stories that the Goliath was looking for, though. But we can listen to the music for a bit and just bask in this. For a little bit, anyway. I'm not going to sit and listen to it for too long, but... Yeah, I think you just kind of sit here and stargaze until you decide to move again. But... we'll see. 06i, you were saying you were expecting some Super Mario Galaxy stuff, but they made the space feel empty. Yeah, we already have a cylindrical wrap. Imagine if it were also a spherical wrap, right? By popping out the top. Or being able to spacewalk on the outside of the entire structure. Or jump into a warp star that takes you somewhere completely different. But anyway, that was very satisfying. No material reward for it, but we don't need one. However, we can, in fact, traverse the outside of the structure from here. Unless it ejects me for attempting it. Yeah, well, worth checking. Absolutely worth checking. In fact, we could have just walked out the top there, which was how things worked in the cutscene. In the cutscene, actually, you do, in fact, just jump out this way, and you don't have to fuss around with the spider climbing that I did in the middle. Okay, with that out of the way, let's head back down. I don't know that we'll continue much further today. There's obviously quite a bit still to do on the map. We still haven't found the overseer associated with this area. Nor have we found a path to the overseer on the right side of the canopy. even though we've opened up the shortcut passage. There is, of course, my assumption that the defective core, rather, is what's going to get us into the pit. Which may or may not be correct, but as we're trying, I cannot climb here for some reason. Maybe I need to start from grounded position. Yeah, there we go. The low gravity mechanics do throw off my intuition for the striders a little bit. There was so much to look at in this area that no doubt we did miss a few things. That looks like a torn overseer to the right. Let's see if we can do it. That absolutely looks like the torn overseer. Let's pop out. And in fact, there's a connecting passage here as well, but let's release this first. And then exit out the right side. Nope. Completely missed that. Let's double jump, but why not? This is new. Look at this here on this side. Is that a porthole or is it... Well, let's see. For a moment I thought it would turn out to be a mirror or something, but... Let's see what this unlocks. This is a lot we haven't seen. This continues below, back into another zero grav area. Low grav area, to be more precise. Let's stay on it then, so we can actually grapple up. And look at the telescope here. I should go to the central area first, because I think we can reach it. Let's... see what we can do here, and then we'll go back to the right side. A planetary report. Can't believe it's only been 8 years since the last planet. Time has a tendency to stretch when nothing of note really happens. Anyway, the third planet is a sight to behold with its huge, colorful rings. A shame its atmosphere is 90% storms with no natural safe spot on the surface to start building. We're now orbiting the fourth planet of our original star chart, and most certainly the last one I will ever see. This one is all ocean. Methane ocean. No land. It looks like a pool of mud behind its thick atmosphere. I've never seen an uglier planet. I miss my home so much. So yeah, we had that one glancing interaction with the remains of the eye at the very beginning. But it's only now that we really have a fuller idea of the eye's duties. Aboard the ship, with the telescopes pointing everywhere to look for habitable worlds. We'll read the other reports too. 2 and 1, no doubt. Actually, no, 5. Fifth planet reached, technically a moon. Atmosphere is stable, water is abundant, temperature is ideal. Could stop here, decided against it. Moon is set on a doomed trajectory, will crash on a main body in a few thousand years. Too soon to be worth our efforts. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to build a civilization only to have to launch another colony ship, probably could do better. Sixth planet reached. A colossal stellar flare wiped its atmosphere out 3 years ago. Completely dead now. Uninhabitable. Moving on. So we didn't see 1 and 2. I don't know if I missed it down below when we were coming up here. We might have, given that I didn't really drop all the way to the bottom before coming up here. But perhaps we can drop back there if needed. Oh, here's another one. See this. Number 7, geologically very active, far too dangerous to land. Risks of being destroyed by major volcanic eruptions or seismic events are over 75%. A failure again. This journey is pointless. Oh. Let's try to continue climbing here if we can. And we can, but I don't think that really helps us too much here. Oh, climb back. My first discovery, well, not technically my discovery and not even the first one, but still, let me bring some joy to these logs, especially after my predecessor's dramatic breakdown. Yeah, because we know that the different pearls succeed each other. We knew that from the Nexus reporting when, how long ago each of the pearls was originally embedded, and where in the line of succession they fell. It is very poisonous. There are traces of chemical agents that will react very badly with the library's contents. So setting courses again, I guess, on to 9. And we can peek up here. Oh. Probably head over to the right side from this point. There was another one I missed down below as well, but let's just see what we can reach. Number 10. I'm beginning to believe that my predecessor was right after all, and that this voyage is cursed. 10 is the perfect planet, beautiful with varied natural landscapes. It could be our homeworld itself, or at least what I've seen of it in the archives. Except, of course, it's constantly showered with asteroids, some big enough to spark massive extinctions, and it won't stop in the foreseeable future. The rest of the system is still in formation. Everyone's a bit anxious now. The next steps won't rely on old star maps our grandparents took with them. We will forge our own path from now on. I can't wait to see 11. But did they ever make it far enough to see 11? Well, let's climb and find out. Can we actually progress past this point? It's not clear to me that we can. That's a long climb. Yeah, I can't seem to reach any further here, but... Oh. I did not expect this kind of drop. That's okay. Well, the grapple point will take us out. Maybe we should go back to look at 1 and 2, since we're here, but... I have to figure out where they are first. And maybe if we open up more areas here, we can retrace anyway. I also remember this part from Silksong. Can we climb? Almost. I don't know if we can actually get on top of that, though. Double jump, glide. Into climb. There we go. I actually couldn't really see which collisions were possible here. At least not very well. But if we go like this... Then, oh, look at this. Is this obstructed? No, it actually connects to a couple of different places. Let's see each of the floors. Celestial Bay, the Library, Observatory. Let's go down first, just to see how it connects. There is something to pick up here. That's the last of the curios. It's a boot. So, yeah, we really do need to find that personal assistant at some point, because we've got so much that has not been carefully inspected yet, and now we have the complete collection too. That's so much for the library. Who left a boot in the library anyway? Can we just climb? No, we do in fact need to take the lift. Seemed like this just zipped up here instantly. So, yeah, we have telescope and observatory over here. Let's just see. And look at that. What a view. Look at that. That's where all the sludge is pouring. So maybe if we find a way to forestall that, because we hadn't had such a clear view of it before. If we manage to forestall that, that would explain how we can get through that waterfall area, sludge fall area, gloom waterfall area that we had not seen before. But yeah, the leakage from here, that crack, that's the cause of the disaster, and we had not at any point actually witnessed it until now. So, what's here? We have observatory. And what do we get to observe? Let's download the planetary analysis. And we found something nice, it seems. Optimal, abundant, and temperate. Full report added to records. Coordinates compromised. So, yeah. Something perfect was found and sabotaged, it seems. My ember with a traveler's credential. So, a home was indeed located. But the coordinates are lost, the mission is over, the vessel cannot reach her destination. I've known that for some time now, still I was hoping. How foolish. I want to save Clea so very badly. Every tremor she provokes is a shock to my core because I know the pain that lies behind it. But maintaining this pointless journey knowing without a doubt that it will lead us nowhere. It's even worse. It's like condemning her to an eternity of suffering. I cannot do that. Not even for the sake of everyone else. I'm sorry. Final instructions, huh? Interesting. So that must be the pearl record associated with the heart. There we go. And yeah, because the heart sent Ati to look for the coordinates. And yeah, with him gone, I feel blind now. And then, because Ati was the keeper of the heart, we know that from having battled our way down there previously. Okay, so we've filled in all of the pearl records at this point, all the curios, although we need to cash them in. But we still have quite a bit here that we still have to deal with. Anything new to read about it? Or same thing? Yeah. Now, can we actually climb? Let's find out. Looks like we could almost reach it. But not quite. Not quite. Well, maybe if we stand on top of this area here. Do we have a ledge to stand on? Yes, we do. I gives us a tiny bit more height. Still can't reach. Okay. So we found a lot of the lore items over the course of this stream. But there's clearly still more to see. Yeah, maybe something can be done if we understand what this viewpoint is and how we can actually, if not repair what's going on there with the flow of the gloom water into structure. Perhaps something can still be done. So let's reverse and head back down. Maybe we find planetary records 1 and 2 on the way back down. I don't know if we'll go down to see that defective core interacting with the pit today. I feel like we certainly have at least another stream of this game left to go. There's a lot of material that we have not yet seen. And also, I just fell back here carelessly. We'll just need to back up. Once we've mapped this place, we'll have a better idea too of what else we missed along the explorations here. Anything down here, for instance, like this? Or was this number 9? Yeah, we found it. What did we say about 9 again? Oh yeah, the surface was vitrified a long time ago. I don't think I actually read this one. Did I? Nothing will grow on the surface. 10 will be better anyway. But we did not see 1 and 2, so we should go back for that. Must be in the initial area that we skipped over that was down below. Perhaps. And indeed, there's a shortcut that we can break open. Number 2. And then our infrastructure wouldn't resist the gravity. And at that point, infrastructure is polite computer speech to say your feeble organic flesh. We're still going to see it. The view should be nice and we're tired of empty space. So did we ever find report number 1? That's supposed to be report number 1. Today we reached the very first planet outside of our home system. And the planet is tidally locked with a star and therefore uninhabitable. One face too hot, the other too cold. No one ever went that far before. Everything is possible. So I'm trying to remember, how did Ember fit into the rest of the plot here? What clues have we received about that before? We'll have to find out later. So I guess we have to reverse back out of here and go back. Oh, looks like you can actually pop above here. I think we knew that. That's where we came in the first place. Flash memories, you're saying? Yeah, we need to finish the rest of these ones too. The ones at the bottom. And, oh yeah, that's right, that's right. this bit about destroying the coordinates. And yeah, because this sort of logs the things that happen for the whole project to gradually fall apart. But we're missing quite a few here. And of course this bit was just from the embedding that we saw. But yeah, the instruction to destroy the coordinates, that's where we had seen that previously. I don't know what else we have not traversed yet up here. Oh, it looks like you can go up through here. Did I do this? No, we had not. And we have even more cores that I don't know how to spend yet. Maybe we take them back to Mel's shop and ask what's going on with these. I did not expect to find more cores at this point, but I also didn't expect it would be this much map that we had completely missed. I mean, when we get a chance to stop at a save point and map this, I think it'll be very interesting to see just how much is revealed. And in particular, we had reestablished that connection point over to the Haven side as well, which might merit some further investigation, given that we're still missing the Torn Overseer in that area. Glad I actually managed to see this bit here. Actually, almost missed it on our way back out. But I'm sure the map would have revealed this opening and made it very clear that there was something to investigate. Let me check more of this just in case there was anything else we missed on the way up. But for the rest, I think we will depend on the map to just reveal points of interest and exits not yet taken. So yeah, at this point we've been through here. Did I check what was going on here? Oh, okay, yeah, no, we can make this point. Okay, so now let's watch the map. Wow, look at that. And you can see from the overlook here. Well, let's see. Any conspicuous passages that we did not complete? What was this bit? I think we had checked that, but yeah, so you see this sort of passage here. Oh yeah, no, that's what we opened up when we were looking at the planetary records. This was the way back through the planetary records. I mixed up the foreground and background for a moment there. So we came all the way down here. This was the observation point. As we look up here, where you see all the sludge pouring down on this side. Maybe there's more to do in this central section here. I'm not sure. If we look at the network map, for instance, we're able to connect to this one at the canopy, but we're still missing that one to the right. It's the only one discovered so far that we're missing. This one that is to the right and down from the canopy. So something in that area still needs to be discovered. Other than the node for the vault shuttle all the way down below, we found other connections. Now, looking at this, well, first of all, let's take a look. So we completed a candle interaction. I think maybe next time we'll start with the defective core and attempt to go down to the pit. Because it could be a large section. I mean, it looks like it's going to be a large section. Definitely the most prominent one that has been as yet unaccounted for. And we're still missing so much stuff around here. This, who knows if this just maybe connects down below through background or what's happening. But we were completely unable to crack some of that stuff previously. This area I'm still thinking is probably exit only. Maybe we can eventually switch off the wind there once we've perhaps cracked open this area, which I think may actually be where the Vault's Overseer eventually goes, like somewhere in this area that we're looking at where there will be a shuttle connection that goes up. That I think is implied, but it may be that we need to get into the pit first to get into this central section in order to push our way back up towards all that. So that could be, again, quite a lot to look at. And we still need to find that personal assistant now that we have all the curios. Because I don't know where that little buddy wandered off. Well, this was productive. Very productive, actually. This was a big session. Lots and lots done. Much more to see than I expected in some ways, although we knew just how much we were missing here. And we're getting close with the modifiers, too. Just missing 4. Missing one of the 40s. Missing some of these. Actually missing one negative one still. Somewhere in the middle. And we still don't know what the remaining cores can even be spent on, the remaining old cores. Now, if you disable the protective code entirely, why would you not always take this with Oath to Ember for the bonus 50 points? Why wouldn't you do that? Because that looks like they just have a natural synergy with each other. But I think we'll have to think about that next time. And also, with no protective coat, maybe you can still get those bonus points like we do off of gratitude. So maybe that would be the reason. Regardless, I think we are going to stop here in the Celestial Bay for today, after having enjoyed the view from up top. And many, many more discoveries await, it seems. So we'll save that for next time, possibly tomorrow, in fact. But we'll see if we can make it on. And I put more of MIO on the schedule. This is something that has been a very substantial adventure at this point. Didn't realize we were getting ourselves into a game that would end up quite this big and discoverable, but it's really been a pleasure. And clearly there is so much more to see, so thank you again for joining me for today's session, and we will resume at first opportunity. Thanks for watching, coming by for this stargazing, and until we meet again, have a wonderful time with everything that you may be playing or spectating or otherwise mapping out for future human colonists to come. And as always, fare thee well.